Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
My boss said if I broke any of the 3 rules, the bodies would stop staying dead. I lasted 6 nights. Then the elevator dinged. I know how that sounds. Like some Reddit creepypasta or a script I wrote to get clicks. I wish it was. It would be a lot easier to sleep if I could tell myself none of this actually happened, that there was never a basement cooler or toe tags with names I recognized, or a voice that borrowed my father's tone just to see what I'd do. But I can still smell that place if I sit still long enough. It comes back in pieces. The cheap floral air freshener fighting with the stench of bleach. The way the lobby lights at North Riverside Chapel turned everything this ugly funeral home gold. The hum of the HVAC that only ever seemed to cut off right before something else decided to make a sound. I took the job because it came with a bed and a locked door. That is all I cared about at the time. I had 2 trash bags of clothes in the back of a Ford Focus, a bank account sitting in the double digits, and nowhere left to park overnight without getting a knock on the window from security. When you are that tired overnight attendant at a funeral home, housing included sounds less like a horror setup and more like a lifeline. My boss, Mrs. Keene, didn't ask for references. She didn't care about my work history. She didn't even blink when I told her I could start that same night. She just printed a badge with my name on it, handed me a key card, and slid a single piece of paper across the desk toward me. 5 lines. 3 of them were rules, and every single one of them started with "do not." Do not look at the security cameras between 1:55 and 2:10 a.m. Do not go near the basement stairwell when you hear dragging underneath your feet. Do not respond when someone calls your name from an empty chapel after midnight. I signed at the bottom because I needed the cot more than I needed answers. 6 nights later, standing alone in that dead quiet building with a mop in my hand, I heard the service elevator ding when it wasn't supposed to move. That was the first moment I realized those rules weren't there to protect the dead from me. They were there to see how far I'd go before I stopped trusting myself. 1.1. The day my keys stopped working. I am sitting in a different state now, in an apartment that still smells faintly like someone else's cooking oil and cheap laundry detergent, watching a horror channel on YouTube while I type this out in a draft email. There is a pizza box on the counter, a train horn somewhere in the distance, and a space heater buzzing under my desk because the baseboard heat in this place never quite keeps up. On the screen, a narrator is talking about some supposedly true story from a hospital night shift. His voice is calm, rehearsed, the kind of tone that makes you forget he is describing someone's worst night. I stare past him at the blank white of my email window, the cursor blinking at the top of an empty message. This is not a script I type. This was my job for 3 weeks. Then I stop, delete the sentence, and start again. It began on a Tuesday in a warehouse break room that smelled like burnt popcorn and microwave pizza, with a wall clock that ticked louder than it had any right to. The break room was the same as always. Plastic chairs, laminated safety posters about lifting with your legs, a vending machine in the corner, humming just a little too loud, as if it was working harder than the rest of us. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered in one spot right above the table where nobody liked to sit, because the strobing gave people headaches. I was at the table under the safety as everyone's job sign, staring into a styrofoam cup of coffee that had gone lukewarm and bitter. Cameron found me there. He did not sit down. He never did for conversations like this. He stood in front of the table with his arms crossed over his orange safety vest, warehouse logo half-zipped under a gray hoodie, and said my name like he was checking it off a list. Ethan, he started, and I already knew what was coming from the way he would not meet my eyes. I had missed too many shifts. I knew that. You do not need a supervisor to tell you when your phone has lit up with 3 "Where are you" texts, and you are halfway across town loading Craigslist furniture into the back of your Ford for cash under the table. I had been trying to string together nights at the warehouse with dishwashing gigs, moving jobs, anything that would keep my account from going completely empty. "Can't keep doing this," Cameron said. His voice had that flat tone it got whenever his mind was made up. "You're off the schedule." He did not yell. He did not list each absence like charges in a courtroom. He just said the one sentence that mattered, the one that meant my badge was worthless now. "You got someone to cover my route?" I asked, even though I already knew the answer. "Already handled," he said. "Turn your vest in at the office before you leave." He did not ask if I was okay. I did not ask if there was anything I could do to fix it. Behind him, the microwave beeped 3 times, someone's lunch spinning in slow circles behind fogged plastic. The clock on the wall ticked. I scraped my chair back. The legs squealed on the tile, a thin, embarrassed sound that felt louder than the semi-trucks outside. I carried the styrofoam cup to the trash, dropped it in, and grabbed my hoodie from the back of the chair. When I pushed the break room door open, the vending machine's hum followed me out into the hallway, along with the smell of coffee and reheated pasta. I turned in my vest at the front office. The HR girl gave me the kind of practiced, sympathetic look people wear when they have seen this scene too many times in a week. "Good luck," she said, and I nodded like I already had some. Outside, the daylight felt wrong, too bright for bad news. My Ford Focus was parked along the back fence where the asphalt gave way to a line of dirty snow and salt-streaked chain link. The windshield had a smear from where the wipers never quite reached a gray arc cutting across the glass. I sat behind the wheel for a minute, staring at the loading docks and the thin line of smoke from the warehouse roof, and tried to do math in my head. Rent due in a week. Account balance somewhere in the low hundreds. Gas tank just under half. You would think that in the moment your life starts to tilt, there would be some kind of sound to mark it. A crack, a rumble, a dramatic swell of music. But there was nothing. Just the steady idle of someone else's truck nearby, and the hollow thunk of a pallet jack over the dock plates. I drove to the place I had been calling home, the small beige duplex off a side street not far from Lake Street. My girlfriend, ex I guess, though we had not said the word out loud yet, worked mornings at a dental office. She should have been at work. That was the first bad sign. Her car was in the driveway when I turned in. My stomach sank in a way that had nothing to do with the cheap coffee. I pulled in behind her and cut the engine. For a moment, I just sat there listening to the ticking of the cooling motor, the faint hiss of traffic from the next block over. On the front stoop, next to the weather-beaten welcome mat, were 2 black trash bags and my old backpack, the one with a broken zipper on the front pocket. One of my sneakers was perched on top of a bag like some kind of sad, lopsided decoration. The spare key I had been using was sitting in an old glass ashtray by the door. I knew what that meant before I even tried the handle. The door was locked. The deadbolt was slid. I did that half-hearted thing where you jiggle the knob anyway, like it might change the outcome if you twist it just right. It did not. The door opened a second later, but only a few inches. She stood there barefoot in sweatpants and an oversized t-shirt, hair up in the kind of messy knot that said she had not expected company. "I can't do this anymore, Ethan," she said, no preamble, no warm-up. "I'll have rent by Friday," I heard myself say. "Maybe Saturday. I just need you said that 2 weeks ago." Her voice was tired, not sharp. That somehow hurt more. If she had shouted, if we had had some big dramatic fight, I could have told myself there was a villain in this scene. Instead, it was just two people who had run out of patience at different times. "I'm trying," I said. I know she answered, and for a second I thought she might open the door the rest of the way. Instead, she lifted her hand slightly, like she was stopping traffic. "I'm sorry. I really am. But I can't." She closed the door. I heard the deadbolt slide back into place, a solid final sound. The street was quiet. A dog barked 3 houses down, then stopped. Somewhere inside the duplex, a TV sitcom audience laughed at a joke I could not hear. I picked up the trash bags. They were heavier than I expected, too many cheap clothes and things I had convinced myself I needed. The backpack dug into my shoulder when I slung it over one arm. I set them all in the back seat of the Focus, tossed the stray sneaker in after them, and closed the door. There is a specific kind of emptiness that hits you when you look at a house you used to walk into without thinking and realize you do not live there anymore. Not "we fought and I need to cool off" temporary. Not "I will sleep at a friend's place for a few nights" temporary. This was a different category. I did not have a key to any door anymore. I got back behind the wheel and started driving without really choosing a direction. South, then west, then wherever the lights led. Minneapolis blurred past in strips of brick and glass and billboard familiar streets, suddenly feeling like someone else's city. Somewhere along Hiawatha, I realized I was not heading to another apartment or a motel. I was just avoiding stopping. Eventually, I ended up at a Walmart on the edge of town, one of those 24-hour ones that always look the same no matter what state you are in. Big blue sign, endless parking lot, light poles casting yellow circles on cracked asphalt. A couple of RVs were parked off to one side, curtains drawn tight. A security cart did slow laps, its orange beacon lights spinning lazily. I parked under one of the sodium lights, more out of habit than strategy. The light poured in through the windshield in a harsh, fake daylight, turning the dust on the glass into a sheet of gold specks. Inside the car, it smelled like sweat, fast food wrappers, and the ghost of a dozen old coffees. I pushed the seat back as far as it would go. The fabric was worn thin, where my shoulders hit the springs, a little too eager to remind me they were still there. I balled up a hoodie under my head as a pillow. Through the closed windows, I could hear the faint drone of the store's rooftop AC units and the occasional beep, beep, beep of a delivery truck backing up somewhere around the loading docks. Every now and then, a gust of wind would make the car rock just enough to feel like someone had leaned against it. I stared up at the ceiling, tracing the stains on the fabric, and tried to tell myself this was temporary. One night, maybe 2, just until something else came through. Sleep did not come easily. It is hard to drift off when your entire life is crammed into the back seat and trunk of a 10-year-old Ford, and there is no address you can write down if someone asks where you live. A lot of people will tell you they are afraid of ghosts, of things they cannot see in the dark. Lying there in that parking lot with fluorescent light bleeding in and the hum of a vending machine somewhere inside the store, I realized there was something that scared me more than any shadow at the foot of the bed. I was 29 years old, and for the first time in my life, I did not belong to any place at all. 1, 2. Library Wi-Fi and the wrong kind of job search. The next 2 weeks blurred into a loop that felt less like living and more like keeping a phone battery on 1% without ever plugging it in. Mornings started at the same gas station on Hiawatha. Not because it was special, just because it had a single-stall restroom with a lock and a sink that did not spit rust all over your hands. I would park around the side where the delivery trucks came in, kill the engine, and sit for a second forehead on the steering wheel, working up the courage to go in and pretend I was just another customer on his way to work. The restroom light was always too bright after a night in the car, a harsh white that made the bags under my eyes look purple. The air smelled like industrial cleaner and the kind of cheap liquid soap that never quite rinses off. I would lock the door, splash cold water on my face until my skin burned, brush my teeth over a drain ringed with orange, and try not to think about who else had started their day exactly like this. The mirror was cracked in one corner, a spiderweb line that ran through the top of my reflection's head. It made it look like there was a fracture in my skull. Some mornings I would catch myself staring at that crack and thinking, yeah, that feels about right. After the bathroom came coffee, always coffee. Inside the station, the floor tiles were the color of old teeth. Neon beer signs buzzed in the windows even at 8 in the morning. I would take a paper cup from the stack and hold it under the self-serve spout. The machine made a tired gurgle, hiss, sputter noise as it dispensed something technically allowed to be called coffee into the cup. For $1.49, you do not complain about flavor. It tasted like hot water that had briefly met a bean in another life. I always grabbed the same lid from the same slot, pressed it on until it clicked, then added 2 of those tiny plastic tubs of creamer that never expire and never really improve anything. The girl behind the counter usually did not even look up when I paid. To her, I was just another guy in a hoodie shuffling through one of 100. Back in the car, I'd sip the coffee, wince, and check my phone. Messages, none. Missed calls, none. Bank app, I avoided it as long as I could, like a wound you know you should look at but do not want to see. Eventually, I would open it, stare at the balance $100 and something, and do quick choppy math in my head. Gas, cheap food, maybe 1.5 tanks, maybe 10-12 days if I was careful. I told myself I had 2 weeks max to find something with a paycheck before the focus turned from place I sleep into place I live until they tow it. After coffee came the library. The downtown branch was old enough to have personality and new enough to have Wi-Fi that didn't drop every 5 minutes. It sat on a busy corner, red brick and big glass windows, with a revolving door that whooshed in a gust of outside cold every time someone went through. Inside, the air smelled like dust paper and that faint, sweet note of hand sanitizer they put on every table after COVID. The carpet had dark stains in the high traffic paths between shelves, places 1,000 feet had worn down over the years. Somewhere in the building, a scanner beeped every 30 seconds as someone checked out books. At the back of the main floor, a row of public computers faced a wall, each with a little sign reminding you had 1 hour per session and no inappropriate sites. I picked the same station almost every day, third from the left. The chair squeaked. When you leaned back too far, the space bar stuck occasionally, and there was a tiny nick in the plastic monitor housing shaped like a crescent moon. Familiarity is a luxury when you do not have much else. Job sites all looked the same after the first 20 minutes. White backgrounds, blue buttons, photos of smiling people in safety vests or standing around whiteboards. I clicked through listings until my eyes unfocused. Warehouse associate, must lift 50 pounds, must have reliable transportation, must have references. Stocking crew, overnights experience preferred, must have references. Retail, flexible schedule nights and weekends, must have references. That phrase showed up in almost every posting, must have references. I had a manager I could write down, Cameron. I did write his name sometimes in the box labeled previous supervisor, filling in his number and the email address I had seen on memos for the past year. But every time I typed it, my fingers hesitated for half a second. He is not going to answer, I would think. And if he does, what is he going to say? I submitted applications anyway. Warehouse after warehouse, night shift after night shift. By day 4, I could fill out the forms without looking at the keys. Name, address, well, whatever address I had last rented, phone availability. I lied and put open for everything. No one called. On day 7, I refreshed the inbox I had made just for job hunting. 2 spam emails, 1 thank you for your interest auto response, and nothing else. I opened my banking app again. The number flicked back at me like a bad grade on a test. I stared at that balance and felt something I do not like admitting to, a wave of embarrassment that was almost physical. Not fear, not yet. Just humiliation that this was where I had ended up. That if someone asked, "Where do you live?" the most honest answer would have been row C of the Walmart lot, under the 3rd light pole from the cart corral. The library made it worse in a way, because it was full of people who seemed to have somewhere to go when they left. Kids in the children's section listening to a librarian read about talking animals. College students in hoodies with their laptops open and headphones in. Older folks flipping through newspapers with a kind of peaceful boredom I envied. Then there was me refreshing Indeed and Craigslist, like I could will a paycheck into existence. It was raining the afternoon I found the listing. The sky outside the library had gone the color of wet concrete clouds hanging low over the city. Rain drummed steadily on the roof, a soft but constant roar that made the fluorescent lights hum louder in comparison. Drops streaked down the big front windows, turning the view of the street into a smudged watercolor of headlights and umbrellas. Somewhere behind me, a kid laughed. Too loud, got shushed, and replied with a whisper that carried all the way to the computer row anyway. The book scanner at the front desk beeped twice in quick succession. I scrolled down another page of jobs, eyes glazing over until a title in plain black font snagged my attention. Overnight attendant, North Riverside Chapel and Mortuary. The words sat there, simple, almost boring. No exclamation points, no stock photo. I clicked before I could talk myself out of it. The listing was short. That should have been my first warning. Overnight attendant needed for North Riverside Chapel and Mortuary. 5 nights per week, 10 p.m., 6 a.m. Duties include basic cleaning, light monitoring, and preparation for services. Must be comfortable working alone. Housing included small staff room with cot. No references required. Valid ID mandatory. Prior experience with the deceased, a plus, but not required. I read the word housing twice, then a third time. Housing included. Small staff room with cot. It was ridiculous how fast my brain latched onto those 3 words. I had read 100 job postings that week, all of them about hours and pay and fast-paced environments. This was the first one that mentioned a place to sleep. It also mentioned the deceased, but my eyes slid over that part at first. I stared at the salary line. It was not great. It was barely enough to live on, even if you did not count the time sleeping in a back room as part of your payment. But compared to no income and a car seat for a bed, it looked almost generous. In the corner of the screen, my session timer ticked down, 12 minutes remaining. I glanced at the rain smearing the view outside. At my reflection, faint in the glass hoodie stubble, dark circles. I mentally counted my cash. At my current rate of gas and gas station food, I had maybe 10 days left before I was out of money. Less if something went wrong with the car. The posting had a phone number at the bottom instead of a Apply Now button, an actual local number with a Minneapolis area code. My finger hovered over my own phone for a long moment. Calling meant I was really considering it. A funeral home. Night shifts alone in a building full of bodies. I tried to picture what basic cleaning and monitoring meant in that context. Vacuuming carpets in dark chapels, walking past closed doors you were not supposed to open, listening to the building breathe around you. I also tried to picture another 10 nights contorting myself into the back seat of the Focus, praying security would not tap on the window at 3 in the morning. The second picture was somehow worse. I picked up my phone and headed for the far corner of the library, near a stack of outdated travel guides no one ever seemed to touch. It was as private as a public building gets. The rain on the roof had gotten louder, a steady rattling rush that covered some of the ambient noise. I dialed the number from the listing. The line rang twice. My heart thumped in my throat in the quiet gap between each tone. On the third ring, someone picked up. North Riverside Chapel, a woman's voice said. Professional. Clipped. This is Keen. Hi, I'm calling about the overnight attendant position. I hated how small my voice sounded, like I was asking for a favor instead of a job. There was a tiny pause on the other end, just long enough for me to imagine her rolling her eyes. Still available, she said. Can you work nights? Yes, I said, maybe too quickly. Yeah, nights are fine. Alone, she added, like that part mattered more than the hours. I swallowed, glanced back toward the computer row where someone was coughing into their elbow. That's not a problem. I expected questions, work history, background check, anything. Instead, she asked just one thing. Do you scare easy? The question caught me off guard. I almost laughed, but it came out as a kind of shaky exhale instead. Not about ghosts, I said. I'm more scared of rent. Silence stretched for half a beat. Then I heard the faintest hint of air through her nose, not quite a laugh, not quite a sigh. Be here at 8, she said. Employee entrance is on the side off the parking lot. Bring your ID, don't be late. Should I bring a resume or click? The call ended. I stood there with the phone still against my ear, listening to the deadline and the rain hammering the library roof. Somewhere out on West River Parkway, a hearse or a delivery van or a regular car was probably driving past the brick building with the nice white script letters, and I had just agreed to sleep inside it. On the way back to my computer, I opened my banking app one more time, forced myself to look at the number, and counted under my breath how many more nights in the car I could afford if this went bad. 10 days, maybe. 2 weeks if I cut everything. The session timer on the public PC flashed a 5-minute warning when I sat down. I did not bother opening another job site. I closed the browser, logged out, and stared at my reflection in the dark monitor screen. Be there at 8, I murmured, hearing her voice again. Don't be late. Outside, thunder rolled somewhere over the city, low and long, like the sound a big building might make right before it shifts its weight. 1.3. First look at North Riverside and the rules I shouldn't have signed. North Riverside sat on a quiet stretch of West River Parkway, just far enough from everything else to feel like its own little world. By the time I turned off the main road and into the narrow drive, the sun was gone, and the sky had settled into that deep blue-gray Minnesota doze right before full dark. The temperature had dropped a few degrees since the rain that afternoon. When I stepped out of the Focus, my breath came out in pale clouds that hung in the air a second before dissolving. The building itself was older than the website photos made it look. 2 stories of dark red brick, black trim, and a peaked roof that probably leaked somewhere they did not talk about. A sign out front in white script spelled out North Riverside Chapel and Mortuary on a black background, the kind of lettering you see on wedding invitations and sympathy cards. The parking lot was almost empty. 1 silver sedan near the front, 1 older minivan closer to the side entrance, and my Ford looking out of place under a buzzing sodium light. I shut the door gently, more from habit than respect, and the sound echoed a little too loud in the cold air. Dry leaves scraped along the asphalt, pushed by a wind that cut right through my hoodie. Gravel crunched under my boots as I walked toward the side of the building, the stones shifting and popping with each step. The employee entrance was a metal door set into the brick paint chipped at the bottom, where salt and winter boots had eaten away at it. A small, tired wind chime hung from a crooked hook near the awning, 3 tubes and a little metal disc that clinked together whenever the breeze caught them. As I reached for the handle, the chime gave a soft, off-key tangle of notes that sounded more like an accident than a song. The door handle was cold enough to sting. When I pulled, the hinges protested with a low clank that I felt up my arm. Inside, the first impression was smell. Funeral homes are not supposed to smell like death. That is kind of the point. North Riverside smelled like lilies and whatever generic fresh linen cleaner they used on every reachable surface. Underneath that, though, there was another layer, bleach floor wax, and something metallic that I could not quite name. The lobby was mostly wood. Dark paneling climbed halfway up the walls where it met beige wallpaper with a repeating pattern of vines that had probably been fashionable 20 years ago. The floor was an expanse of polished tile off-white with veins of gray scuffed in the paths people walked most. Soft yellow light poured down from a chandelier in the center of the ceiling, turning the whole space funeral home gold. The corners of the room were a little darker, just enough shadow to remind you that the light did not reach everywhere. "Mr. Morris." The voice came from my left. I turned to see a woman standing near the front desk. She was in her 50s maybe, with dark hair pulled back neatly and a blazer with the chapel's logo embroidered over the pocket. Her expression was neutral professional, the same face you might wear to tell someone their prescription was ready or their oil change was done. "Yes," I said. "Ethan." She crossed the distance with quick, efficient steps, her low heels tapping dully against the tile. "I'm keen," she said. We spoke on the phone. Her handshake was brief and firm. No small talk about the weather, no thanks for coming in. She just turned and motioned for me to follow. "This is the main lobby," she said, as if I could not see it. "Families gather here before services. We keep it clean, quiet, and predictable." "Sure," I said, because that seemed safer than anything else. She walked me through it like a tour guide who had done this 1,000 times and would do it 1,000 more. Off the lobby, double doors led into Chapel A, rows of dark wooden pews, 8 to a side, running toward a simple podium and an elevated platform. Dust motes drifted in the air, made visible by a single overhead light left on low. The PA speakers in the corners were dark circles in the ceiling, like watching eyes with their lids shut. "Chapel A is for larger services," Keene said. "Chapel B for smaller ones." Chapel B was similar, but narrower, more intimate. No flowers set up tonight, no caskets, just empty pews and the faint smell of furniture polish clinging to the wood. The carpet runner down the center aisle had worn thin in the middle, the pattern almost gone where hundreds of shoes had passed. Behind the chapels, down a narrower hallway, she showed me the arrangement office. It was a smaller room with a window looking out over a side strip of grass and the fence beyond. A wooden desk took up most of the space, its surface scarred with water rings from coffee cups long gone. A guest book with blank lines lay open, a black pen resting near the top margin. When she picked up the pen, it made a soft click that sounded too loud in the quiet room. "This is where we meet with families," she said. "You won't need to be in here much at night. Just make sure it's straightened before morning." We passed the break room next. It was exactly what you would expect in any job: beige walls, a small table, 3 mismatched chairs. A microwave with fingerprints on the keypad. A fridge humming in the corner, its motor rattling just enough to be noticeable. A TV mounted crooked on the wall above a bulletin board, with outdated staff notices tacked to it. The air carried a stale smell of old popcorn and reheated leftovers. Break room Keen said. You can use it when you're on your break. Try not to cook anything overwhelming. Got it, I said. I was not planning on a lot of gourmet meals. She did not ask where I'd worked before. She did not ask why I wanted the job or what my biggest weakness was. She did not ask why my address on the forms did not match where my car currently slept. She pointed out the staff bathroom single-stall tile floor cleaner than the gas stations and kept moving. We walked past closed doors I did not get to see behind. One had a small brass plaque that read, "Preparation Room." Another simply said, "Storage." At the end of a side hall, a gray metal door with a push bar and no window. "Stairwell," she said. "Basement. Coolers down there. You won't need to go often." The way she said often made something tighten behind my ribs. Finally, she brought me to a small room near the back of the building. The carpet was thin and an unmemorable shade of brown. A metal-framed folding bed sat against one wall, made up with a flat white sheet and a pillow that had seen better days. A metal locker stood in the corner door, open to show a single shelf and a hanging bar with two lonely wire hangers. A folding chair rested against the opposite wall, ready to be a nightstand or a place to sit if you did not feel like lying down. A small window looked out over the parking lot. From this angle, I could see my Focus parked under the light, the back seat filled with garbage bags, and my backpack slumped like an extra passenger. "This is yours," Keen said. "Staff room. You can keep personal belongings in the locker. The door locks from the inside." She said that last part like she knew exactly how important it was. "It's good," I said, because better than my car felt too sad to say out loud. She nodded once, impersonal, and checked her watch. "You'll work from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., 5 nights a week. Your checklist for tonight is already printed. Before we go over that, we need to discuss the overnight procedures." The way she said procedures made it sound heavier than rules, like something older than HR policy. She led me back toward a small office off the main hall. There was a desk, a chair, and a cheap lamp that threw a pool of yellow light over a stack of paper. She sat behind the desk, took the top sheet from the stack, and turned it so it faced me. It was a standard sheet of white printer paper with bold black letters at the top. "Overnight procedures must be followed below." The heading were 5 lines numbered 1 through 5. No logo, no letterhead, just text. I leaned in to read. "Between 1:55 a.m. and 2:10 a.m., do not view any live security camera feeds. If the monitors engage on their own, leave the room until 2:11. Do not attempt to turn them off. If you hear dragging or scraping beneath your feet between 2:22 a.m. and 2:35 a.m., do not approach the basement stairwell. Remain on the main floor and continue your assigned tasks. After midnight, if someone calls your name from an unoccupied chapel, do not respond. Do not enter the chapel until you have turned on all hallway lights and confirmed occupancy visually. If you find a body bag unzipped more than 3 inches, zip it closed immediately. Do not look inside. Do not read the toe tag. From 3:03 a.m. to 3:09 a.m., stand at the center of the main intersection outside Chapel B facing the lobby. Do not move. Do not turn around. Do not allow anyone living or dead to pass behind you. I read them once, then again. By the 3rd line, I felt my mouth curl in a half-smile I did not really feel. "This is a joke, right?" I said, glancing up at her. Keen's face did not change. "No," she said. "Those rules are older than this building. You'll follow them exactly." I tried to laugh it off anyway. "Is this like some kind of hazing thing? You tape me on the cameras freaking out in the dark and show it at the Christmas party, mister." "Morris," she said, voice perfectly level, "if you don't want the position, say so. We can find someone else." That shut me up. I looked back down at the paper. The words felt like they were leaning toward me now. The part about living or dead sat in my peripheral vision like a dare. At the bottom of the page was a single line for a signature and a sentence in smaller print underneath. "I acknowledge these procedures and agree to follow them exactly as written." Keen slid a cheap blue ballpoint pen across the desk toward me. The kind that came in boxes of 50. It was warm from her hand. "Read them again if you need to," she said. I didn't. I had the important parts memorized already, whether I wanted to or not. Cameras, dragging, chapels calling my name, body bags, the 303 hallway. I told myself it was theater, ritual, something they made night staff sign so they would have an excuse to fire them if things got weird. My thumb pressed the pen's clicker once click, then I put the tip to the line. As I started to write my name, the room seemed to narrow to the sound of the ballpoint scratching across the paper. Ethan. The letters looked shakier than usual, like my hand was moving through thicker air. Somewhere in the wall behind Keen, a second sound joined it. Very faint, but perfectly timed with each stroke of my pen. A soft, delayed scritch half a beat behind my own. I paused. The echo paused with me. Keen watched, expression unreadable. I finished the last letters, Morris, and the twin sounds finished with me. My signature sat there in uneven blue ink, underlining the fact that I had nowhere else to go. Keen took the paper, glanced at the signature only long enough to confirm it existed, and clipped it to a thin manila folder on her desk. "One more thing," she said, opening a drawer. She pulled out a plastic badge on a black lanyard and handed it over. It already had my picture on it. The photo was grainy, clearly pulled from some DMV or old HR file, but the name under it was crisp and clear: Ethan Morris. Night attendant. "When did I started? We print badges when we schedule interviews," she said. "Saves time." The way she said it made it sound like a policy, but there was no way she had gotten that photo from anything I had given her. I didn't have a resume. I hadn't emailed a headshot. She'd had my name and phone number for what a few hours I looked from the badge to the closed folder on her desk. The rules I had just signed were inside it, now tucked away like a contract. She stood. "Your shift starts at 10. You have an hour to get settled. The checklist is in the prep office. Call the number on the wall phone if there's an emergency. Otherwise, you follow the list and you follow the rules." I followed her back into the hallway, the badge lanyard dangling from my fingers. The building hummed quietly around us, a low, constant noise like someone whispering just out of earshot. We reached the crossroads outside Chapel B, the place the fifth rule had mentioned. I looked at the scuffed tile at the intersection, then at the dim lobby beyond. Keen kept walking toward the front door. She unlocked it with a key from her ring, stepped out into the cold, and pulled it shut behind her. Through the glass, I watched her cross the lobby, her reflection stretching in the polished floor, until she reached her car and drove away. The deadbolt on the staff entrance clicked from somewhere down the hall. I stood alone under the chandelier light badge in my hand, the rules humming in the back of my skull like an old song. It was either a free bed or another night in my car. So I signed. 2.1. Learning the shape of the building. The first night, the building felt like it was exhaling without anyone else there to hear it. North Riverside after hours was not silent, not really. It had its own kind of background noise, the kind you stopped noticing in other places because people talked over it. Here, with just me and my badge and a printed checklist, the sounds sat on my shoulders. The HVAC was the loudest. a low, steady hum pushing air through ducts overhead like a distant engine that never quite revved. Somewhere closer, a wall clock ticked in neat 1-second bites, carving the night into pieces you could actually count if you were desperate enough. Green exit signs at the ends of the halls glowed dimly, their light too weak to reach the floor, making little floating rectangles in the dark. Out front, the glass doors looked onto the parking lot. When I walked into the lobby at 9:58, I could see my focus under its sodium lamp paint the color of wet pavement, and one white van parked a few spaces over. The van's windows were tinted darker than they needed to be. It sat there like it had been abandoned days ago, or like someone was inside with the engine off and the radio turned way down. I tore my eyes away from it and focused on the desk in the prep office where my checklist waited. The paper was headed Night 1, Ethan Morris. Underneath neat bullet points marched down the page, sweep and mop lobby. Wipe down pews in chapels A and B. Restock tissues in both chapels and arrangement office. Check flower stands for wilted arrangements. Empty all visible trash bins. Confirm exit lights functioning in all hallways. Nothing about cameras dragging chapels calling my name or standing in intersections at 3 in the morning. Those belong to the other sheet, the one already filed away in a manila folder with my signature on it. I told myself I would treat the rules like a superstition. The way kitchens have weird rituals about which burner burns food or how long you have to leave the oven door cracked, or homes have don't use that outlet, it's short stories that never make it into official paperwork. Somebody sometime had written those rules laughing. Maybe after a night of scaring the newbie. Maybe after a couple of drinks. That was the version of reality I liked best, so I clung to it. At 10 on the dot, I filled the mop bucket in the janitor's closet. The faucet pipes clanged and shuddered before water finally came out brown for a second, then clear. I dumped a cap full of floor cleaner in. The smell of lemon-sharp, fake chemical pushed up into my face. The lobby was big enough that the sound of the mop sliding over the tile echoed back at me. Swish, drag, swish, the water sloshing in the bucket with each change of direction. I worked from the front doors back toward the hallway, making myself focus on the path the mop head took, instead of the way my reflection stretched out in the glass every time I looked up. My reflection looked wrong in that lobby, taller somehow or thinner. Maybe it was just the curve of the glass, or the way the chandelier light bounced. Maybe I was already starting to see things. When the tile was a damp, streaky sheen, I set the wet floor sign by the edge and rolled the bucket toward Chapel A. Inside the chapel smelled like wood polish and old fabric. I flicked on the rows of recessed lights, and the pews lit up in a warm brown, all in straight, obedient lines. Dust motes floated in the air between them, slow and graceful, highlighted by the beams. I took a rag and a bottle of polish from the cleaning caddy and started on the end of the front row. The rag whispered over the wood, leaving darker streaks where the polish soaked in. "You got paid to clean church benches," I muttered to myself. Living the dream, man. My voice sounded small in the room, swallowed by the empty ceiling. The PA system speakers in the corners were just dark circles, silent. I imagined them crackling on by themselves in the middle of the night, playing hymns for nobody. And without meaning to, my eyes flicked toward them every few minutes to make sure the little red power light at the base of the soundboard was still off. Chapel B was the same layout, just scaled down. Narrower aisle, fewer pews, a lower ceiling. I wiped the backs of each bench, the tops, the armrests at the ends. The smell of polish layered over the lily cleaner until I could almost taste it in the back of my throat. Restocking tissues was easy. The white cardboard boxes sat in a crate in the supply closet. I tucked fresh ones into the wooden holders at the ends of rows and beside the guest book podium. pens were trickier. Half of them did not work well ink skipping or drying mid-signature. I tested each one on a scrap of paper before leaving it in the little glass cups near the books. It was mundane work, comfortingly so. Every time my mind drifted toward the rules, I yanked it back to the list in my hand. Lobby done. Chapel A benches done. Chapel B benches done. Flowers. There were 3 flower stands in the hall between the chapels, thin black metal pillars with round tops where arrangements sat during services. 2 were empty. The third held a bouquet of white roses and carnations that had seen better days. The outer petals were curling inward edges browned. A few leaves had dropped onto the stand. I lifted the vase. Water sloshed cloudy and smelling faintly of decay under the floral sweetness. I carried it back to the prep office and set it on the counter, making a note on the checklist to ask Keen what to do with old arrangements. The room hummed quietly, the little drinking fountain in the corner gurgling once, as if to remind me it existed. As I moved through the halls, I started to learn the shape of the building in my feet. From the lobby, you walked straight to hit the double doors of Chapel A. To the right was Chapel B, and beyond it, the arrangement office. To the left was the hallway toward the staff area's prep office, break room, cleaning closet, staff bathroom. Past those, the carpet ended, replaced by older linoleum that clicked softly under my boots. That was where the stairwell door sat gray metal with a push bar and no window. I did not open it that first night. I did not need to. The rules said I would hear the basement when it mattered. Instead, I walked the loop over and over, getting the distances into my body. 14 steps from Chapel A's double doors to the crossroads outside Chapel B. 7 from there to the start of the staff hall. 10 more to the prep office. The kind of thing you notice when you are alone and trying not to think about how alone you are. The lighting did strange things to the space. Some sections of hallway were overlit ceiling fixtures so bright they washed out color and threw stark, doubled shadows on the floor. When I walked through those patches, my shadow got sliced into pieces by the light, long and then short again in the space of 3 strides. It made me feel like something else was walking with me, half a step out of sync. Other stretches were too dim, lit only by a single tired bulb or the glow of an exit sign above a door. In those spots, the paint looked darker, the corners deeper. The green exit light stained the wall and ceiling around it, a weird, sickly color that did not belong on skin. Every time motion sensors clicked a light on or off, there was a dry electrical click from some hidden relay. A tiny mechanical throat clearing. The first few times it happened, I jumped. After a while, I started announcing my presence to the empty air before stepping into a new hall, as if letting the lights know I was coming would make it less weird. Just me, I'd mutter. Just the night guy. The building answered with the same sounds over and over. The mini fridge in the arrangement office kicked its compressor on and off throughout the night. A soft thunk followed by a low buzz like a distant bee trapped behind glass. Somewhere in the walls, pipes ticked and settled as hot water shifted through them. In one particular spot near the prep room, the floorboards under the carpet gave a tiny groan every time I stepped there, as if the building was sighing annoyed at my weight. It was domestic almost. Ordinary. I clung to that. Around 3 in the morning, the exhaustion hit. Not the kind you shake off with a stretch and another cup of coffee, but the deep tissue tired that comes from weeks of bad sleep in a car and the sudden shift to fluorescent-lit ceilings. I had emptied all the obvious trash bins. I had restocked all the tissues and pens. The check marks on the paper felt like little lifelines. I checked the time on my phone. 4:37 a.m. 30 or 40 more minutes of walking the loop, I told myself then, I could lie down on the cot and pretend I was not basically sleeping at work. I did a final pass through the lobby. Out the glass doors, the parking lot was black and flat, interrupted only by my focus and that same white van. Its silhouette hadn't changed all night. No interior lights, no movement. Just a dark box under a dying street lamp. I told myself someone had left it there and gotten a ride home. I told myself the idea of anyone sitting in it for hours, engine off, watching the building was paranoid. Then I told myself to stop staring at it unless I wanted to make myself truly crazy. Back in the staff hall, I ducked into the bathroom, splashed water on my face again, watching it drip down into the sink. The mirror here was cleaner, the fluorescent overhead merciless. The circles under my eyes had deepened into something like bruises. When I finally made it to the staff room, the building felt smaller. Not physically. The walls were still where they were. But the pathways were in my muscles now. I could have walked from the lobby to Chapel B with my eyes closed and hit the intersection dead center. The cot creaked when I sat on it. The mattress was thin, but it beat the Focus's back seat by a mile. I towed my boots off and lined them up next to the bed out of habit, like I might need to jump into them fast. Through the small window, the sky had begun to pale. A strip of faint blue threaded along the horizon above the dark line of trees near the river. A garbage truck clanged its way down the street, beyond the lot, metal arms, slamming cans, rattling. It was the first loud human sound I had heard in hours, and it made the quiet inside feel even more curated, like a museum exhibit labeled "Silence, Do Not Touch." I lay back and stared at the ceiling. A hairline crack ran from one corner toward the light fixture, the plaster slightly discolored around it. Somewhere in the ductwork, the HVAC hummed on, then off, then back on again. The wall clock in the hallway ticked on the other side of the door, muffled but present. I told myself I would just rest my eyes until 5, maybe 5:15. Set my alarm, finish whatever was left before Keen arrived at 6, and pretend my life was not balancing on this thin mattress, and a signature on a page I had not taken seriously enough. As I drifted in that half-sleep where your thoughts lose their edges, I realized something that should not have been comforting, but was. For the first time in almost 3 weeks, when I closed my eyes, I knew exactly which walls were around me, which door was mine, and what would be on the other side of it if I opened it. At least that is what I thought then. Outside, the garbage truck clattered away. Inside, the building settled. The night that was not silent folded itself around me, and the rules I had signed waited quietly for their moment. 2.2. The first time the cameras turned themselves on, by the third night, I had almost convinced myself the rules were just superstition with letterhead. Night 1 had been all about learning the layout. Night 2 was more of the same, just with less stumbling and fewer wrong turns. The building's noises had settled into a pattern in my head. HVAC hum, clock, tick, fridge, compressor, the occasional pipe clank when something shifted in the walls. Nothing dragged under my feet. No chapels called my name. No body bags unzipped themselves. By night 3, I was tired enough to start letting my guard down. It was 1:55 a.m. when I sat down in the break room, though I did not look at the clock until later. At the time, the only thing I was paying attention to was the burrito on the paper plate in front of me. I had bought it that afternoon at a gas station on the way in frozen plastic wrapped, stuffed with some combination of beans and regret. The kind of food you only buy if you either really hate yourself or really hate cooking. I had nuked it in the chapel's microwave for 40 seconds because I did not feel like waiting a full minute. The center was still cold enough to hurt my teeth on the first bite. The break room was lit by a single fluorescent panel that buzzed faintly, just enough to remind you it was dying. The TV mounted over the bulletin board was off a black rectangle reflecting the table and the sad little stack of paper napkins. Above the fridge, a small monitor for the security cameras was completely dark. No standby light, no glow. Just dead plastic. I scrolled through my phone with one hand and picked at the burrito with the other, trying to chew around the ice crystal center. The video playing was some random clip the algorithm had served up another horror channel, someone else's story, about a night shift somewhere that was not here. The narrator's voice trickled out of my phone speaker, calm and measured. I took a sip of warm tap water from a paper cup, wished I had sprung for another coffee instead, and leaned back in the chair. The break room smelled like old popcorn fake butter, and that underlying mustiness almost every staff kitchen ends up with after too many reheated lunches. That was when I heard the click. It was small but sharp, like a light switch being flipped somewhere above my head. The kind of sound that makes your ears perk up even if your brain has not decided what it is yet. A second later, the security monitor above the fridge, the one I had seen dark and lifeless for 3 nights straight, gave a tiny electronic touch and glowed to life. I looked up without thinking. The screen flashed blue for a heartbeat, then split into 4 squares, each labeled with a tiny white text in the corner. Lobby, main hall, chapel, a basement stair. My stomach dropped. Rule 1: between 1:55 a.m. and 2:10 a.m., do not view any live security camera feeds. If the monitors engage on their own, leave the room until 2:11. Do not attempt to turn them off. That phrasing had sounded almost comical on paper, like an IT joke. Standing there in the break room with the glow washing over the wall, it did not feel funny anymore. I knew what I was supposed to do. Stand up, walk out, pretend I had not seen anything until the time passed. Instead, I sat there, burrito cooling on the plate, and stared at the screen. The lobby feed was in the top left. It looked exactly the way it had when I had walked through 20 minutes earlier. Empty tile, empty front desk chandelier casting its warm circle of light. Beyond the glass doors, the parking lot was just a spill of black with 2 shapes in it, my Focus and the same white van, both ghosted in the haze of the street lamp. Top right, the main hallway. A long stretch of beige walls and fluorescent light exit sign glowing at the far end. No movement. No one. Bottom left, Chapel A. The feed was grainy, set wide enough to take in most of the room. Rows of pews sat in perfect formation, their backs making a repeating pattern. The podium at the front was just a darker block in the low light. The overheads were off, so the only illumination came from the exit sign in the back corner and the ambient spill from the hall. Bottom right, the basement stairwell. I had never actually seen that camera before, never thought about the fact that they would want eyes on the one-way down to the cooler. The feed showed a flight of metal steps, gray and utilitarian, descending into a darker patch the camera did not quite reach. The overhead fixture at the top made a harsh cone of light, throwing a long black triangle down the center of the stairs. The handrail gleamed in spots where the paint had worn off. Everything was still, static, ordinary. My pulse slowed halfway back to normal. Cameras turn on sometimes, I told myself. Auto-cycling, motion sensors. Maybe Keen had logged in remotely to check something. Maybe there was a timer. There were a dozen boring explanations for a security system doing what it was designed to do. I was about to force myself to look away to obey the rule after the fact, when something in the main hall feed shifted. A figure walked into frame from the left side of the hallway. For a second, I thought it was someone else, another employee I did not know, and my brain scrambled to make room for a second human being in the building. Then the recognition hit me hard enough that my jaw clenched. It was me. Same height, same build, same uneven gait I get when I am tired, and my left knee starts to complain. The figure in the monitor had my posture, my habit of keeping my hands in my hoodie pocket, my head tilted down slightly, as if watching my own feet. I looked down at myself at the gray hoodie I was wearing, the one with a small bleach stain on the right cuff from a spill years ago. My eyes flicked back up to the screen. The version of me walking down the main hall feed was wearing a hoodie too. But it was black, not gray. The kind I had worn on my first night here. I knew it by the frayed collar and the faded band logo on the chest, a logo the grainy camera could not parse. But my brain filled in anyway. The other me walked toward the end of the hall, past the doors I knew connected to the chapels, past the intersection outside Chapel B. The camera angle was wrong to see every turn, but I could watch him moving closer to the far end, where the corridor bent out of sight. I swallowed. My tongue tasted like freezer-burned beans and metal. "Okay," I said softly, breaking my own spell. "Okay, that's a recording. Old footage. Has to be. It made sense in a way. Cameras looping back some archived tape. Systems glitch all the time. Maybe someone at the security company had queued up old clips, maybe Keen had scrubbed through and left it on replay. Maybe. The problem was the timestamp in the top corner of the screen. It read 01:57:12, then 01:57:13, then 01:57:14. The digits ticked over in real time with the green numbers on the microwave clock sitting 5 feet from my head. The me in the feed reached the end of the visible hallway and stopped. He stood there for a moment, back half-turned to the camera shoulders, tense. Then slowly, he turned his head toward the lens. I leaned forward without meaning to. My chair creaked under me. On the monitor, my own face lifted, eyes locking directly into the camera. There was something wrong with the angle, like the perspective didn't quite match where the camera was mounted, but the expression was too familiar. Tired, wary jaw clenched. I realized with a cold, delayed sort of horror that I was looking up at the screen with almost the exact same expression. My chest tightened. I tore my eyes away from the monitor and twisted in my seat to look at the actual hallway outside the break room door. Empty. The overhead light was off in that section. The exit sign washed the walls in dull green. No one walked there. No one stood at the end of the corridor, turning to stare into a camera that should not have been on. I turned back to the monitor, heart beating faster now. The Ethan on the screen had not moved. He was still staring into the feed, into me. "Stop," I said under my breath, not sure who I was talking to. This is the break room wall clock, read 2:09. Rule 1 slammed back into my head like a door. Do not view any live security camera feeds between 1:55 and 2:10. I pushed my chair back so fast, one of the legs scraped over the tile with a high, ugly screech. The burrito plate rattled on the table. My first instinct was to jump up and fumble for the monitor's power button to shut it off, to break the connection somehow. The rule's second line stopped my hand halfway up. If the monitors engage on their own, leave the room until 2:11. Do not attempt to turn them off. Do not attempt. The word sat heavy in my chest. I dropped my hand fingers, curling into a fist. The screen flickered. For a split second, all 4 feeds turned to static, a gray-white flurry of snow, accompanied by a faint, high whine from the monitor's speakers. Then the image snapped back. The lobby was empty. Chapel A was empty. The basement stairs were empty. The main hall was empty. My other self was gone. The wall clock ticked from 2:09:59 to 2:10:00. Something inside the monitor made a dry, decisive click. The screen went black. No fade out, no signal lost message. Just instant darkness, as if someone had pulled the plug from inside the wall. The break room felt different in the sudden absence of that glow. Smaller somehow. The overhead fluorescent buzzed all alone again, a weak, tired sound. For a long moment, I just stood there, hand still, half raised, listening to my own breathing. The air in the room felt denser, like the humidity had gone up a few points. Goosebumps prickled along my arms under the sleeve. You imagined it, I told myself. Glitch, old footage. You're exhausted. You're freaking yourself out over a badly worded rule. But that was a lie, and I knew it. I stepped onto the chair and pressed my fingers against the monitor casing. It was warm, faintly, like it had been on longer than a few minutes. There were buttons along the bottom edge, menu input power, but when I jabbed at them, nothing happened. No little lights, no chime, just dead plastic again. From outside the break room door, the rest of the building continued its slow, steady breathing. HVAC hum in the vents. A pipe creaked somewhere near the prep room. A floorboard gave its tiny groan when the temperature shifted. Nothing moved down the main hall. Nothing that I could see anyway. I climbed down from the chair and stood in the doorway for a moment, peering out into the corridor. The exit sign glowed. The beige walls reflected the dim light. The carpet swallowed the sound of my footsteps when I took one step out, then another. Just me, I said, because I had made a habit of announcing myself to the empty rooms. Just the night guy. The building did not talk back, but for the first time since I started, it felt like something in it was listening. It wasn't the cameras. I could have blamed it on the cameras, told myself the system was glitchy and leaving ghosts of recordings in the feed. That would have been easy. The thing that stuck with me later wasn't seeing myself in a hoodie I wasn't wearing. It wasn't the way the video timestamp marched in lockstep with my microwave clock. It was the feeling I got in that split second when my other self turned to look straight into the lens, a crawling certainty that somewhere on the other side of all that plastic and wiring, something else was looking back at both of us. The rules had seemed like superstition on paper. By 2:10 on the third night, they started to feel more like instructions someone had left behind after losing an argument with whatever watched the night before me. 2. 3. The first small disobedience. By the time my fourth night rolled around, I had decided to downgrade what happened with the cameras to a glitch I was too tired to understand. That was the story I chose anyway. Old systems loop weird footage all the time. Analog lines cross, somebody changes settings, something replays when it should not. I told myself the hallway feed had pulled up archived video from night one that I had just been too on edge to notice a little timestamp lag. The part where the other me in the black hoodie turned and stared straight into the lens. At the exact second I looked up, I filed that under creepy coincidence and shoved it into a drawer in my head I did not open often. I repeated one sentence to myself as I did my rounds that next night. I am not here for ghosts. I am here for the cot. The cot, the paycheck, the locked door. Those were real. Those paid for gas and bad coffee, and maybe if I could hold on long enough, a place where my clothes did not live in black trash bags. Still, when the clock creeped toward 1:50 a.m., I found myself walking slower in the hallways, dragging out tasks I could have finished in half the time. The rule had a schedule, 1:55 to 2:10, no cameras. It hadn't said anything about feeling the gravity of that window of time as it approached, like the building itself inhaled and held its breath for 15 minutes. I made sure I was nowhere near the break room at 1:55. Instead, I was in the main hall outside Chapel B, checking the little red test button on an exit sign that did not actually need checking. I pressed it anyway. The sign flickered once, then steadied, My phone in my pocket buzzed as it brushed my hip, reminding me of the time. Somewhere down the corridor deeper in, I heard a familiar mechanical touch, followed by the faint, low hum of an older monitor warming up. It came from the direction of the break room. I froze, fingers still pressed to the plastic exit housing, and listened. The building's usual noise had dimmed again, without me noticing. HVAC running low pipes quiet the sky outside a dead black through narrow windows. In that muffled silence, the sound of the monitor humming was like an insect trapped in a jar in the next room. The rules had told me what to do last time. If the monitors engage on their own, leave the room until 2:11. They had not said what to do if you were in the hallway listening to it happen. I let the exit sign button spring back. The green glow returned to normal. My hand left a faint smear on the plastic I did not bother wiping off. I took 2 steps toward the staff wing, then stopped at the intersection. From here I could see the faint blue wash of the monitor's light spilling out of the break room door and onto the opposite wall. It painted the beige in dull ocean color, changing the shape of the shadow under the doorframe. Do not view any live security camera feeds between 1:55 and 2:10. Nothing in the rule about walking past the door. Nothing about seeing the glow indirectly. It felt like testing the perimeter of an electric fence with a stick. I stood at the corner and listened to the wall clock ticking in the arrangement office behind me. Each little tick landed in my chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. The seconds between me and whatever the rule was trying to keep me away from. I told myself I would just stay here. Stay in the hall, let the 15 minutes pass with that ugly blue smear on the wall, and then get back to the checklist. I even took a step back to prove to myself I could. Then curiosity kicked its way past my caution. Curiosity is a stupid word for it. It makes it sound light, harmless. This was more like the need to look over the edge of a tall building once you know there is nothing between you and the drop but air. The knowledge that something strange had happened once and might be happening again right now in a room I could reach in 6 seconds. I made myself a deal. I would not go sit under the monitor like last time. I would not stare up at all 4 feeds waiting for something to move. I would just look in. From the doorway, a quick glance, a check, just to see if it's the same glitch I whispered, and my whisper sounded too loud in the hall. The clock behind me ticked 1:57. I walked down the staff corridor on the balls of my feet, not wanting my boots to make noise. The blue light from the break room grew brighter with each step. It spilled across the threshold like cheap stage lighting, flattening everything. I reached the doorway and put my shoulder against the jamb, keeping most of my body in the hall. From there, I leaned just enough that one eye could catch the edge of the screen. The monitor showed the break room itself. Not the lobby, not the hall, not the basement stairs. Just this cramped little space from a camera mounted up in the corner where the wall met the ceiling. The angle was wide enough to capture the whole scene table, 3 chairs, microwave, fridge, TV on the wall. The image was fuzzy colors washed out the way old security footage always looks. The chair I had sat in last night was empty. So were the others. The table was bare, except for a folded newspaper someone must have left earlier that evening. The microwave door was closed, digital clock stuck at 12 o'clock, because nobody had bothered to set it. Most importantly, in the spot where I was standing, half and half out of the doorway, there was nothing. No sliver of shoulder, no hint of movement. On the screen, the doorway was just an empty rectangle of darker space, the hall beyond it, barely visible. In the room, I could hear my own breathing. Too fast, too loud. Each inhale sounded like it should fog the monitor glass from where I stood. On the screen, the air did not move. I took another tiny step into the break room. My boot scraped the tile with the softest sound a whisper of rubber and ceramic. I could feel the threshold under my heel. The monitor showed no one entering. The chairs remained undisturbed. The scene did not change. A cold, slow chill unrolled from the back of my neck down my spine like someone poured room temperature water into my skull and let gravity do the rest. I opened my mouth to say something, what I don't know. Maybe okay, that's enough, or maybe just my own name, and that was when the voice bled out of the monitor's tiny speaker. Closer. Just one word. Male. Low. Not loud enough to be anything other than a whisper, but clear enough to slide into my ear without effort. The volume on those things is usually turned all the way down. I knew that. I had seen the settings on the side panel, all little knobs twisted to 0. The cameras did not have audio for staff use. They were there to show movement not recorded. Closer, it said again. Same tone. Like someone standing just behind me had leaned in and suggested it directly into the back of my skull. For half a second, my body listened. My foot lifted, ready to move forward. The rule hit me like a slap. Do not view any live security camera feeds between 1:55 and 2:10. Do not. It did not say anything about what the feeds might say back. I decided that was a problem for the guy who had written them, not me. Without taking my eyes fully off the screen, I reached over to the break room counter, where a remote control sat next to the coffee supplies. It was old beige plastic, yellowed with age rubber buttons, polished shiny from years of thumbs. I had assumed it was for the TV. I angled it up toward the monitor and stabbed at the power button. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. The monitor hummed blue lights staining the wall. On the screen, the empty break room stared back. A faint hiss of dead air filled the room. Then the image blinked out. No static, no fade, just off. The blue glow vanished. The hum stopped. The room was suddenly lit only by the overhead fluorescent, its white light harsh and flat. I stood there, remote still held up, breathing hard. The chair backs the table, the microwave, the empty floor, everything looked more real without the camera's version layered over it. My own reflection ghosted faintly in the microwave door hoodie, pale face, eyes too wide. The monitor was a black square again. But staring at it, I had the uneasy, irrational feeling you get when you know a window is dark on your side, but you have no idea what might be standing on the other watching in. Plastic. Wires, a camera in the corner of the ceiling. There was nothing alive about any of it. I knew that. I also knew that 30 seconds ago, it had shown me an empty room while I was standing inside it, and then told me to come closer in a voice that did not exist outside the screen. The wall clock down the hall ticked. I checked my phone. 2:06 a.m. 4 more minutes until the end of the no-camera window. My hand shook a little as I set the remote back on the counter more carefully than I needed to. I backed out of the break room, not turning my back on the monitor until I was solidly in the hall. The lights there seemed dimmer than they had 5 minutes ago. The exit sign glowed sickly green. I turned and walked away faster than I probably needed to, telling myself I was just getting back to the checklist. Trash cans did not empty themselves. Pew dust did not care about ghostly tech glitches. In the prep office, I stopped, closed the door halfway, just to feel something solid between me and that corridor, and leaned on the edge of the desk until my heartbeat settled. The desk looked the same as always. Cheap wood veneer, a stapler, a jar of pens someone had stolen from a bank, a stack of unfiled schedules. For a second, I let myself believe I had imagined the entire thing, that maybe I had nodded off in the break room, dreamed the cameras on, dreamed the voice. Then I saw the paper sitting dead center on the blotter. Overnight procedures must be followed, the rules sheet. The original. The one Keen had made me sign on my first night. The one I had watched her clip neatly into a folder and tuck away in a drawer. The drawer was closed. The folder was not on the desk. Just the page. My name was at the bottom, signature slanted blue ink, slightly blotched where my hand had shaken. I remembered every stroke of that pen. My skin prickled as I realized the paper was not lying exactly flat. The bottom edge curled a little like someone had picked it up recently and put it back down. Under my signature in the small print, the acknowledgement sentence stared up. I acknowledge these procedures and agree to follow them exactly as written. Above my name, barely there, a second trace of ink hovered. So faint I might have missed it if I had not been looking so closely. It was as if someone had started to write on the same line using a pen that was running out, or a hand that could not quite manage letters. The marks weren't a full word, not really. 3 or 4 hesitant strokes, half-formed loops, like the beginning of an E, maybe the ghost of a T. Almost but not quite my name, like something had tried to sign with me and failed. I ran my thumb over the faint lines. The paper felt flat. No indents, no raised ink. If the light had been a little dimmer, I would have sworn it was just a trick of the grain. Behind me, out in the hall, a relay clicked as a motion sensor light turned off. I folded the rules page once, then again, and slid it into the inside pocket of my hoodie. I told myself it was so no one else would see that I had been stupid enough to break the first rule this early. The truth was simpler. I did not want to leave that paper alone in any room where something else might decide it had the right to sign my name. 3.1. The first time the chapel called my name. It was raining the night the chapel learned my name. Not the dramatic kind of storm you see in movies with lightning cracking right on cue. This was a thin, steady rain that had been going since sometime after midnight. A constant soft patter on the roof that you only noticed when everything else went quiet. It was around 1:30 a.m. I remember because I checked my phone in the prep office before grabbing the mop. The battery icon was down to 1 bar. The screen's glow made my eyes ache. The hallway leading to Chapel B always felt a little off, even on the calmer nights. The overhead fixtures there gave off a weaker yellow than the rest of the building, like someone had swapped all the bulbs for cheaper ones. Tonight, the light seemed more tired than usual. It spilled down onto the runner rug, a dark red strip of fabric that ran right down the middle of the hall, worn thin, where countless feet had walked before me. I was dragging the mop along that runner, trying to coax a streak of dirt out of the fibers. The mop head made a wet shuff sound over the rug water sloshing in the bucket behind me. My shoulders were sore, my hands pruned from cleaner. Rule 1 had come and gone. I had stayed away from the cameras this time. The monitor could do whatever it wanted without me. I told myself that meant we were square. The door to Chapel B sat halfway down the hall, open just a few inches. Enough to show a slice of darkness beyond. A small brass plaque beside it read, Chapel B in neat engraved letters, the edges of the sign catching the hall light. I had been making a point not to look directly into that doorway all night. Some part of my brain had finally accepted that the rules were not there for fun, and Rule 3 had gotten louder in my head since the cameras. After midnight, if someone calls your name from an unoccupied chapel, do not respond. Do not enter the chapel until you have turned on all hallway lights and confirmed occupancy visually. It had sounded oddly specific when I first read it, like a story you would tell to scare a kid. Once long ago, someone heard a voice and went inside. I had wanted to ask Keen what confirmed visually meant exactly. Confirmed what? Confirmed who? But she was not the kind of person who invited questions, and I was not in a position to be picky. So I mopped. The building's usual background noise was there at first. the HVAC humming through the vents, the distant, uneven tick of the clock in the lobby, the occasional faint rumble of a car passing on West River Parkway outside. As I moved back and forth along the rug, the repetition of it started to lull my brain into that numb place where you are not quite thinking anymore. I reached the spot directly in front of Chapel B's doorway and turned, pulling the mop toward me. The bucket wheels squeaked. The sign caught my eye. Chapel B, black letters on brass. Doorway, a slice of black beside it. My reflection, a pale smear in the plaque's polish. Ethan Morris. The voice came from inside the chapel. I stopped so fast, the mop handle slammed against my palm, sending a jolt up my wrist. It did not sound like a jump scare. There was no hiss, no snarl, no horror movie growl. It was calm, male. The kind of voice you would use reading attendance in a classroom or calling someone's name in a waiting room. Just 2 words, first and last, spoken like they had been pulled from a list. The mop handle creaked in my grip. For half a second, my brain tried to route the sound somewhere safe, a radio left on somebody outside my own memory misfiring. But the word Morris still hung in the air between me and the doorway, and the way it had rolled around the second syllable was too specific to be a trick of memory. I stared straight ahead at the exit sign glowing green at the far end of the hall. My heartbeat jumped into my throat. My fingers tightened on the mop shaft until my knuckles hurt. Behind my ribs, the rule uncoiled. After midnight, if someone calls your name from an unoccupied chapel, do not respond. Unoccupied echoed hard in my head. At that moment, I did not care who or what might actually be inside. The rule had already made its decision. The building reacted too. The low rush of the HVAC faded like someone had turned a knob somewhere, dialing it down until it was gone. The hum I had gotten used to over the past nights simply stopped. The silence that rushed in to fill it was not clean. It had weight. Somewhere far above the rain on the roof kept its rhythm. Soft pat, 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 distant and weirdly muffled like it was falling on someone else's building. The clock's tick-tock became uneven. It would tick twice, then pause too long, then tick again, as if whatever mechanism moved it was chewing through thick syrup. I did not look into the chapel. I did not breathe for a second. The voice came again, closer. "You don't have to come in," it said. Same male tone, same calm cadence. But this time the sound of it did not land where it should. It did not bounce off the chapel walls and drift out into the hall. It sounded like it had been placed right next to my right ear, like the speaker was standing just over my shoulder. "Just say something," it continued, "so I know you hear me." A chill rolled all the way down my arms, raising goosebumps through the fabric of my sleeves. I could feel my own breath starting again, shallow and fast. The mop handle suddenly felt like a fragile thing in my hands. Useless, like a kid's idea of a weapon. I kept my eyes glued to the exit sign. The green letters blurred for a second as my vision tried to dart sideways toward the doorway. I did not let it. Do not respond. Do not enter the chapel until you have turned on all hallway lights and confirmed occupancy visually. I backed up one slow step, rubber soles making almost no noise on the rug. The air around me felt wrong, heavy, like the humidity had risen 10% just around my skin. Another step, another. Behind me, farther down the hall, I knew there was a panel of light switches, one of those beige plates with too many toggles on it, each one controlling a different section of corridor. I had flipped them a dozen times already on earlier nights. I walked backward without breaking my line of sight to the exit sign. I did not want to risk giving that doorway even a sliver of my focus, in case that was all it needed. The voice did not speak again. It did not repeat my name. but I had the unnerving sense that whoever had used it was waiting to see what I would do. Not impatient, not angry, just assessing. My heel bumped the wall. My hand found the switch plate fingers dragging over cold plastic until they settled on the first toggle. I swallowed. My throat felt bone dry. One by one, I flicked all of them upward. The hallway responded instantly. Lights that had been off farther down blinked on with little electrical clicks, filling in the dim patches I had been walking through all night. The hum of electricity in the ballasts buzzed louder, like the building had been dozing and was now fully awake. The spill of brightness rushed down the corridor, washing right up to the threshold of Chapel B and pouring past it in a pale flood. The darkness inside the chapel should have retreated in the face of that much light. It did not. Standing there at the switch panel, hand still on the last toggle, I watched the doorway. The hall was now lit almost too bright, the runner rugs red, showing its stains and threadbare patches in unforgiving detail. The sign beside the door gleamed. Chapel B's interior, just beyond the threshold, remained a shade darker than it should have been. Not pitch black, not a cartoon hole cut in reality, just one step down in brightness, a gray-black that swallowed detail. From where I stood, I should have been able to see at least the first few rows of chairs, the edge of the aisle, maybe the glint of metal from the hymn book holders on the pewbacks. Instead, the darkness lapped at the doorway like water refusing to show anything but a hint of emptiness. I realized I was holding my breath again and forced myself to let it out slowly. My exhale sounded too loud in the charged quiet. "Confirm occupancy visually," I whispered, remembering the wording. But what do you do when what you can see is less than it should be? The rules did not say. The rain on the roof kept its distant patter. The clock somewhere down the hall coughed out another uneven tick. The HVAC stayed off as if the ductwork itself was listening. I did not say anything to the chapel. I did not ask who was there or what it wanted. Doing that felt like stepping into a game I had not agreed to play. Instead, I took my hand off the switches very slowly, making sure none of them fell back down, and stepped forward just enough that I could see the full width of the doorway while still keeping my boots on the runner. "Hallway lights are on," I said, voice barely above a breath. It was not a response to the voice, not really. It was a statement aimed at the rules more than anything, as if saying it out loud would make it count more. Nothing moved inside Chapel B. No shift of shadow, no flicker. The darkness sat there stubbornly, one shade denser than the rest of the building. After a long 30 seconds, the HVAC hummed back to life overhead, sudden and almost startling. The air stirred near the vents. The clock's tick-tock smoothed back into a regular rhythm, as if someone had fixed a snag in the mechanism. The building remembered how to sound normal. I stayed where I was for another full minute, counting under my breath. My name did not come again. Whoever had used it had either lost interest or gotten what they wanted just by hearing me move. Eventually, I picked up the mop bucket handle with my free hand, fingers slick with sweat against the plastic, and rolled it carefully past the chapel doorway, keeping my shoulders angled away so the side of my face did not have to brush its darkness. I did not look inside. I did not look back. The rules had told me what to do when a chapel called my name after midnight. What they had not told me, and what I would not understand until later, was that the first time you obey one of those rules, something on the other side learns exactly how much you are willing to give up to keep your place in the building. 3.2. My father's voice in a building he never saw. I stayed away from Chapel B after that first night, at least for a while. When the voice used my full name in that calm, list-reading tone, something in me snapped taut and stayed that way. I did the rest of my checklist on autopilot, clinging to routine like it was a life raft. Trash, tissues, exits. All of it felt like it was happening in a thin layer of reality floating just above something else. Eventually, I drifted back toward the lobby mop, left propped against a wall somewhere behind me. My hands were still damp from the cleaner and sweat. My legs felt like they belonged to someone who had run a race, not walked a hallway. I sat on the edge of one of the long, upholstered benches near the front doors. The fabric was that neutral funeral home beige, smooth under my palms. The chandelier above threw warm light down on tile that still shone from where I had mopped it earlier. Through the glass, the parking lot looked empty and flat. My focus sat under its usual light. The white van was a darker block farther away. Rain misted down hard enough to blur the outlines of both. I tried to slow my breathing focus on something simple like the way the drops hit the glass and slid down in thin lines. The voice replayed itself in my head anyway. Ethan Morris. Not just the name, the rhythm. The way the speaker had dropped his tone just slightly on the last syllable, like a judge reading a verdict he had already accepted. There was something painfully familiar in that cadence, in the controlled way the words landed. That was when it hit me. It sounded like my father. Not exactly. Voices never come back perfect, but close enough to send a flush of heat up my neck and make my stomach twist. When I was a kid, my full name only got used for two things: school paperwork and trouble. My father preferred Kid or Buddy when he was in a good mood. But when something had gone wrong, when a neighbor had called about me cutting through their yard again, when the principal's number popped up on the landline at 3 p.m., he switched to the formal version, all three parts lined up like charges. Ethan David Morris. He never shouted. That was the worst part. I could remember the living room where those conversations happened, like I was standing in it instead of under a chandelier in a mortuary. Brown carpet flattened where the coffee table legs had grooved tracks over the years. A sagging couch that smelled like dog hair and takeout. The TV almost always tuned to ESPN or some late-night game recap volume turned down low but never actually off. On the table there would be a can of beer sweating into a coaster. Sometimes two. My father's hand would rest near it, fingers tapping the rim in a slow, steady pattern when he was thinking what to say. Ethan David Morris. He would stand in the doorway between the kitchen and the living room voice at that same measured volume, no matter how bad the news was. Quiet authority. The kind you do not argue with because yelling back would feel like breaking some unspoken rule of the universe. I could still hear the way he said the middle name, how he clipped it, just enough to make it sound like punctuation, not a part of me. He had been dead for years. Cancer had taken him apart in months in a hospital across town, all fluorescent lights and antiseptic and nurses who spoke in soft voices. He had never set foot in North Riverside, never seen this building, never heard the HVAC hum here, never walked these halls. So why did the chapel sound like him? I sat there in the lobby, staring at the reflection of my own face in the glass, and forced myself to repeat the facts. He was gone. I had watched him shrink, then disappear. This voice, whatever it was not him. It was an imitation, at best, a recording of something it thought I would listen to. That thought did not make me feel any better. The next night, I tried to avoid Chapel B altogether. I still had to walk past its door to get from the lobby to the staff hallway, but I gave it as wide a berth as the walls allowed. I kept my eyes on the floor, on the runner rug, on anything that was not that brass plaque. It did not help. The first time it happened, I was carrying a trash bag from the arrangement office, the plastic rustling against my leg. The rain had stopped, but the air still felt heavy. It was a little after 1, I think. The building had settled into that deep night quiet, where even the hum of the lights seemed to have sunk lower. You always walk too fast when you're guilty. The sentence came drifting out of the dark crack of Chapel B. Same voice, same controlled volume, same flat judgment tucked inside the words. I stopped mid-step. The trash bag swung and bumped my shin. That phrase was not general. It was not some spooky one-liner you could throw at anyone. It was something my father had actually said in our actual kitchen on a Tuesday when I was 15 and had thought I'd gotten away with skipping my last 2 classes. I had come through the back door, fast backpack still slung over one shoulder, heart pounding. He was at the counter sorting mail. He looked up, once eyes flicking from my face to the clock on the stove. "You always walk too fast when you're guilty," he'd said, and the way he set the envelope down had told me I was done lying for the day. In the hallway at North Riverside, my skin crawled. "Look at me when I'm talking to you." That one came a night later as I pushed my cart past with fresh tissue boxes stacked on it. Again, exactly the same cadence as the first time I had heard it. Sunday afternoon living room, half a game on the TV, and the smell of overcooked frozen pizza in the air. I had been 13 holding a crumpled pack of cigarettes my friend had dared me to steal. Back then, the line had made me drag my eyes up from the floor. Here in this building, it made me keep them carefully glued to the hall ahead. Each time the voice spoke, something else happened too. The building stopped. Not forever. Not even for more than a few seconds. But long enough to notice. The HVAC hum would flick off mid-cycle. The faint rush of air in the vents would disappear, leaving my ears ringing with the sudden absence. Any refrigerator compressors, any tiny mechanical noises, any distant clicking of pipes gone. Around me, the hall would feel like the inside of a recording booth. Thick, expectant. The voice would drop in, say its piece in that familiar tone that did not quite belong to my father, but wore his clothes and then fade. The building would exhale and all the quiet little sounds would start up again, one by one. After the second night of this, I decided I needed proof that I was not losing my mind. On the third, I made a plan. I waited until after 1. I made sure my checklist work lined up so that I would be near Chapel B around 1:30 a.m. I grabbed the mop again because moving felt safer than standing still and headed down the hallway. The door to the chapel was in its usual position, open a crack, dark beyond. The brass plaque was cold under my fingertips when I brushed it as if someone had put it in a freezer. I stopped at the same spot on the runner rug where I had been on that first night when it called my name. My heart was beating faster than it should have. My hands felt too big on the mop handle. Without taking the phone out, because that felt like breaking some kind of fragile equilibrium, I slid my hand into my hoodie pocket and opened the voice recorder app by memory. A red dot I could not see lit up. Mic on. I left the phone there recording in the dark of the pocket, the fabric a thin barrier between it and the hallway air. Then I waited. Okay, I whispered more to myself than anything else. Come on, say it. The clock in the lobby ticked, muffled, but present. The HVAC cycled off. That heavy quiet slid in around me. Silence stretched for a full 30 seconds, long enough that I almost convinced myself nothing would happen. Then Ethan. This time it was just my first name. Shorter, but sharper. The sound still landed too close to my ear. No echo off the chapel walls. No reverb. It felt like someone standing behind me with his mouth an inch from my skin. My throat tightened. I gripped the mop harder to keep my hands from shaking. You hear me? It said, same tone, unbothered. You always did. The words did not make sense in this place. They belonged in a kitchen with ESPN murmuring in the background and a pot of overboiled pasta steaming on the stove. I did not answer. My tongue felt thick in my mouth, but I bit down on it and kept my jaw shut. The quiet pressed in harder for a moment. Then gradually, the building started breathing again. The HVAC kicked back on with a stuttering cough. Water somewhere in the pipes gurgled briefly. The hall lights hummed. I backed away one step at a time until I was around the corner and out of sight of Chapel B. In the prep office, I shut the door, locked it out of habit even though the lock was flimsy, and sat down in the rolling chair. My hands were still shaking when I dug my phone out of my pocket. The recorder app showed a little file with a timestamp 01:34:27. I put it on speaker and hit play. For 30 seconds, I listened to my own breathing, the faint drag of the mop on the rug, my shift of weight from one foot to the other, a soft rustle as my sleeve brushed the handle. No voice. I waited for the part where the HVAC cut out. On the recording, it hummed steadily in the background, unbroken. No drop, no change, no strange vacuum. You always did. Those words never came. Neither did my name. I played it again and again, each time hoping that if I listened just right, the missing piece would slide into place. Nothing. Whatever the chapel was doing with my father's phrases, it did not care about microphones. It only wanted my ears. I stopped the recording, deleted it, then emptied the deleted files. Some superstitious part of me did not want proof of its absence lingering anywhere when I knew what I had heard. Later that night, trying to distract myself, I ducked into the arrangement office to straighten up. The room smelled faintly of coffee and lilies with that undernote of printer toner and paper dust. On the desk, a leather-bound guest book lay open. I had seen versions of it at other services' families signing their names, scribbling "so sorry for your loss," leaving phone numbers nobody would ever call. This one was from a visitation earlier in the week. The top of the page had the deceased's name in looping cursive. Below that, a neat column of signatures. Black ink, blue ink, some careful, some messy. I ran my fingers lightly along the edge of the paper, more out of habit than curiosity. My eyes drifted down the column without really trying to read. Halfway down the page, in the last line where someone had squeezed their name into a bit of leftover space, I saw it. Ethan Morris. The letters were smooth, a little slanted to the right, the way you sign your name when you have done it 1,000 times without thinking. There was a flourish on the last S. I knew I had grown out of years ago, sometime after high school. Next to it, in smaller script, was a quick signature, the kind you toss onto a credit card receipt, the kind you use when you assume nobody will ever look at it again. I stared at it until the letters blurred. I had not been at that service. I had not signed anything that night. I had not touched this book. But there was my name in my old hand, sitting in a line among strangers who had come to say goodbye to someone I had never met. Behind me, down the hall, a chapel door creaked softly on its hinges. The building does not just learn your routines. It learns your voice, your walk, your signature, the ways your name fits into the spaces you leave unattended, and sometimes it uses them in places you know you never went. San. 3. When silence becomes the loudest sound. After the chapel started borrowing my father's lines, I began paying attention to something I had mostly ignored before the texture of the building's noise. North Riverside was never truly quiet. Even at 3 in the morning, even with no services scheduled, no families in the lobby, no cars pulling into the lot, the place had a constant layer of low sound spread over everything. The HVAC hummed through the vents, a steady distant rush like blood in your ears. The fluorescent lights gave off a thin insect-like buzz when you stood underneath them. Somewhere in the staff hall, a mini fridge clicked and sighed as its compressor kicked on. Floorboards groaned in one particular patch near the prep office when you hit them just right. Pipes knocked lightly when the hot water cycled like someone tapping on the walls from inside. It was not loud, any of it, but it was always there. Once I started listening for it, I realized how much I depended on that background noise. It meant the building was working the way it was supposed to. Machines humming, wires carrying current, air moving. The kind of subtle proof you never think about until it is gone. The first time I noticed all of it stop at once, it was around 2:10 a.m. I know the time because I had just checked my phone to make sure the camera window was over. I was standing at the three-way intersection outside Chapel B, the same crossroads Rule 5 would later claim for itself, between 3:03 and 3:09. At that moment, the rule was just a line of text in my hoodie pocket. I was more worried about hearing my father's voice again than anything else. The mop bucket sat beside me, half full of gray water. The runner rug stretched toward the chapel door. The exit sign at the far end glowed its tired green. I was about to turn toward the staff hallway when the HVAC cut off. I do not mean it wound down or faded. It stopped. 1 second, there was that low, comforting rush of air in the vents. The next second, there was nothing. The absence hit so suddenly, it felt like someone had put their hands over my ears. Except they hadn't, because the lights were still buzzing until they weren't. The fluorescent fixtures kept shining white and steady, but the thin electrical hum they always made vanished, eaten by the same invisible switch that had killed the HVAC. The fridge in the arrangement office went silent. The pipes stopped ticking. A floorboard somewhere chose not to creak. The lobby clock, which I had heard ticking down the hall every night like a metronome, missed a beat. Just one. There was a tick, then a space that was too long, like the second hand had paused in midair. When it started again, the sound was wrong, sharper, louder in the empty soundscape, as if it was echoing off walls that had moved closer while I was not looking. My ears rang in the sudden non-sound, a high, faint whine that might have been inside my head. The air felt thicker, like the pressure had changed. I could hear my own breathing clearly, every inhale dragging cool air into my throat, every exhale pushing it out in a shallow rush. I took one slow step forward. The rubber soles of my boots pressed into the rug without a whisper. Usually, there was at least some noise, fabric fibers rubbing faint friction. Now it felt like walking on muted carpet in a soundproof room. Each movement was something I could feel in my legs, but not actually hear. My heartbeat got louder, not metaphorically, physically. There is something sickening about listening to your own heart when there is nothing else left to mask it. The lub-dub in my chest sounded wet, sluggish, too close. My pulse thudded in my ear canals, out of sync with the phantom ringing. For a second, I thought I might be getting dizzy, like when you stand up too fast, and all the blood tries to go somewhere else. In that carved-out silence, something shifted near Chapel B. It was not a voice, not this time. It was much smaller than that. A soft chaff like fabric rubbing against wood. The exact sound a suit sleeve might make if someone brushed past the back of a pew in the dark and did not bother to avoid the contact. It came from just inside the chapel doorway, then stopped. No follow-up, no footsteps, no rustle of more movement. Just that one quiet friction sound. I turned my head a fraction of an inch toward the door. The darkness inside was still that one shade deeper than the hallway holding its details back. Nothing moved in the slice I could see. No shadow peeled off from the others. It was just less. A second later, behind me, from the direction of the prep office, I heard the faintest metallic chick, the sound of a lock turning over. It was a small noise, but in the deadness of the hall, It might as well have been a gunshot. The hair on the back of my neck lifted. There was no deadbolt on the prep office door. I knew that. I had checked it. It was a standard interior knob with a simple push-button lock that clicked differently, a plasticky, cheap little sound. What I had just heard was the much more solid slide of a bolt pulling back inside a heavy door. I pictured the gray stairwell door down by the basement, the one with the push bar and no window. I thought of the cooler door beneath it. I thought of the body bags and their tags. "Mrs. Keene," I said. I did not mean to call her name. It slipped out habit from the normal world, where the manager with the keys is the one who answers strange noises. My voice came out quieter than I expected, and a shade higher, like it belonged to a version of me a few years younger, the one still standing in the living room, getting scolded about ditching class. The word landed wrong in the air. Instead of bouncing off the walls and fading, it sounded like it had been swallowed mid-flight. I heard it leave my mouth, and then heard nothing where it should have been a half-second later. No echo. No sense of it traveling down the hall. It was like talking into a pillow. What hit my ears instead was a faint, distorted version of myself, a fraction of a second late and farther away than it should have been, like the building had played my own word back to me from a cheap speaker at the far end of the corridor. No one answered. Of course, no one answered. Keene was never on site at this hour. I knew that. The only reason her car had been in the lot at 4 a.m. on the night of the fire was because I had forced her to come back by nearly burning the elevator down. Back here now alone, the realization that I had thrown my own name into whatever thick quiet the building had created made my skin crawl. The silence held for a long moment. No new sounds, no follow-up scraping from the chapel, no confirmatory click from the office door. Just my heartbeat, my breathing, and the faint static in my ears. Then, as if some invisible timer had run out, everything came back in a rush. The HVAC kicked on loud enough to make me flinch. Air roared briefly through the vents, louder than it had ever sounded before dropping to its usual low level. The fluorescents scraped their buzz back together 1,000 tiny circuits, deciding to cooperate again. Somewhere nearby, a pipe knocked in the wall twice resentfully. The clock ticked, normal even ticks. For a second, I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. A blood pressure dip, a stress hallucination, lack of sleep playing with my perception. But the memory of my own voice sounding wrong in the hallway was too clear. So was the absolute absence of sound that had followed pressing in on my eardrums like altitude. Nothing had attacked me that night. Nothing grabbed my arm or hissed in my face. No doors slammed, no lights flickered. The worst thing that happened was that I had heard a faint swish of fabric and a soft lock sound that could have been old metal settling. And yet, when I finally made it back to the staff room near the end of the shift, the exhaustion felt different. Not like the usual weight in your muscles after hours on your feet. This was more like the drained sensation you get after holding perfectly still for too long, every nerve tuned to a frequency you are not used to hearing. It felt like the building had been testing me, seeing what I did when it took away the comforting layer of noise and left me alone with my heartbeat and my thoughts. Seeing if changing 1 cent sound was enough to move me where it wanted. Before lying down, I went through my usual little ritual of pretending I had a normal life. Boots off, lined neatly beside the cot. Phone on the metal locker shelf where I could see the charging light. Hoodie folded once and left at the foot of the bed in case I had to get up fast. I sat on the edge of the mattress for a minute, watching the window. From this room, the glass gave me a slice of the parking lot and the sidewall of the building. Most nights I could see my focus hunched under its lamp paint, catching a dull bit of light. If I leaned, I could catch the edge of where the driveway curved back to West River Parkway. Tonight, the reflection caught my eye before the actual view did. The overhead light in the staff room was still on. It cast my face faintly onto the glass, tired eye's hair sticking up in odd places, the ghost of the room behind me. Over that pale double image, I could see the dark shape of my car in the lot. Another shape sat closer to the building, just outside the frame the real window usually gave me. A van. White. Boxy. Parked so close to the mortuary's side wall, its bumper almost touched the brick. The front of it was turned toward the building instead of toward the lot, like it had pulled up to stare at the staff wing. The headlights were off. The windshield was a solid, opaque black. No gleam, no hint of interior. I frowned and leaned forward, trying to line up the reflection with the actual scene outside. In the glass, the van sat like a patient animal waiting. I blinked, then shifted my gaze past my own reflection to the parking lot itself, focusing on the real world beyond the pane. The space where the van should have been was empty. No white box, no shadow. Just cracked asphalt, a straggly line of weeds pushing up where the lot met the strip of grass, my Ford, and the faraway glow of the streetlight. I looked back at the reflection. The van was still there. Closer now, maybe. Or maybe that was just the angle of my head. My throat went dry. Whatever was learning the shape of my name, my routines, my father's voice. It had started to reach for the outline of other things too. The rusted silhouette of a white van, the dead silence between mechanical hums, the empty spaces that should have stayed empty. It was testing what I would accept a glitch in sound here, a stray image in the glass there. Because once you start doubting your ears and your eyes inside a building like North Riverside, there is not much left of you that belongs just to you. 4.1. The body bag that breathed. The night after the big funeral, the building smelled like people instead of just flowers and cleaning chemicals. Most nights, North Riverside held the ghost of lilies in its walls, sweet, thick, and a little rotten if you breathed too deep. Tonight, the scent was layered with traces of perfume, cologne, hairspray, and that generic coffee smell you get from big urns and styrofoam cups. It clung to the carpet all the way down the main hall, like the crowd had left a film of itself behind. The visitation had been packed. I had watched from the edge of the lobby as families and co-workers drifted through, murmuring in clusters, hands on each other's shoulders. Men in suits that did not quite fit women in dresses with glitter thread that caught the chandelier, light kids in clip-on ties who looked like they wanted to be anywhere else. The guest book in the arrangement office had filled 3 pages in neat slanted signatures. By the time I clocked in that night, the chairs in both chapels were back in their regular rows. The flower stands stood empty metal tops ringed with faint circles where vases had been. The trash cans were heavy with used napkins and folded programs. The building was coming down from the day the way a body comes down from a sprint. Around 1 in the morning, the checklist sent me somewhere I had not spent much time yet, the viewing room. Technically, it was a holding room, at least according to the sign printed in bland sans serif font on the door, holding/prep. It sat halfway between the service elevator and the stairwell to the basement, a small square wedge on the blueprint I had only seen over Keen's shoulder once. Inside, the air was colder than anywhere else on the main floor, not as brutal as the cooler below, but close. The first time I opened that door, I could feel the temperature difference roll out over my skin like a wave. The lights in there were harsher too. Bright white neon strips in metal housings set into the ceiling, no warm diffusion, no attempt to make anyone feel comfortable. The walls were painted a clean, unforgiving white. The floor was smooth gray with a metal drain set dead center like an eye staring up from the concrete. 4 gurneys lined the far wall. Tonight, 3 of them were occupied metal frames supporting long shapes under heavy vinyl body bags. The 4th stood empty folded sheet lying folded crisp at the top, as if waiting for someone to lay it over a new arrival. I hesitated in the doorway longer than I needed to. On paper, all I had to do in there was a quick wipe down of the counters and a check that the drain was clear. Most nights, this room would be used as a temporary holding area when the cooler schedule got tight. Bodies waiting to go down, bodies waiting to go up for a viewing. They were not my responsibility. I was basic cleaning and monitoring. Still, walking into a room where 3 zipped shapes lay under thick off-white vinyl was different than walking past a closed chapel door. There was no pretending nobody was in here. The zipper rule sat in my hoodie pocket, along with all the others. Rule 4, if you see a body bag unzipped more than 3 inches, zip it closed without looking inside. Do not read the toe tag. At the time when Keen had handed me the paper, that line had seemed the most normal of the bunch. It sounded like a standard procedure for dignity. Nobody wants a relative's body half exposed when the night guy walks through. Nobody wants staff staring, or worse, taking pictures. Standing in that doorway, I repeated the wording in my head, like it was a script I had to get right to keep my spot on stage. I stepped in. The door clicked shut behind me, a small, final sound. The noise of the rest of the building cut off like someone had stuffed cotton in my ears. The HVAC in here had its own unit. The hum was higher, more nasal, a steady, thin whine. The first 2 gurneys were pushed close together. Their bags were fully zipped seams running all the way up to the top, like thick, artificial spines. On each, a toe tag hung at the foot, a small rectangle of card on a string looped around the metal bar. I kept my eyes above waist level as best I could. At the far end of the row, the 3rd gurney sat a few inches away from the wall. The bag on it was identical to the others, same off-white vinyl, same heavy zipper, same stiff curve over the shape beneath, except for one difference. The zipper at the top was open. Not a lot. 3, maybe 4 centimeters. Just enough for a thin band of the white sheet beneath to show. The gap sat at the level of where a mouth might be if you let your brain draw a body under the plastic. For a second, I told myself maybe someone had just missed the last inch. Busy day. Distracted tech. That happened. The rule was there exactly for this to remind staff to finish the job. Then the exact phrasing bit down in my memory. More than 3 inches. Zip it closed without looking in. Do not read the toe tag. The distance was hard to judge from the doorway. 3 inches. 4. It probably did not matter. The rule did not say measure. It said if you see it. I walked toward the last gurney, each footstep louder than it should have been, against the smooth floor. The overhead lights made the vinyl surfaces shine, reflecting long white streaks along their lengths. The air smelled like disinfectant steel, and something underneath, both an almost sweet, almost metallic edge that I tried not to identify. From here, I could see the tiny metal teeth of the zipper where it had stopped. The slider sat a few inches down from the top teeth, parted at the apex of a small inverted V. Beneath the sheet inside was so white it almost hurt to look at fabric pressed smooth and tight. I did not look further in. I placed my fingers on the zipper pull. It was cold and slightly damp under my fingertips, as if someone had just used it. For a moment, I thought my hand might shake. It didn't. The motion felt weirdly normal, like zipping up a winter coat for someone who had fallen asleep sitting up. The pull slid easily when I tugged. The sound of it moving was loud in the chilled room, a jagged sawing noise of metal teeth meeting metal teeth. each little connection snapping into place. Check, 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 check. The bag drew closed around whatever shape lay beneath, sealing in a line that ran straight and clean. As I reached the last inch just before the top, the slider dragged a little like it had hit a wrinkle. That was when the fabric under the vinyl rose. Not a lot. A shallow swell right where the sheet had been visible a second ago. It lifted maybe half an inch, smooth and slow, like someone inside had taken a careful breath in. My own breath caught. The zipper was still half an inch from the stop. My fingers kept moving like they belonged to somebody else. The metal teeth closed the rest of the way. The moment the slider met the top, the swell in the fabric sank back down. Flat again. Perfectly smooth. Dead air, I told myself. Pressure equalizing. The bag had been looser before, and now it was tighter. Air had to go somewhere when you shoved the vinyl together. The body inside would have shifted even slightly. It did not mean anything. Gravity, I muttered. My voice sounded too thin in the neon light. At the foot of the gurney, something flicked. The toe tag jumped as if the air I had just trapped in the bag had traveled all the way down and flicked the string. The little rectangle spun once and slipped off the edge of the metal bar. It hit the floor with a soft tuck and skidded one corner, scraping a faint arc into the smooth gray. When it came to a stop, it lay face up, white side showing. Blank. A thin line of pencil ran along the edge, just a hint like someone had started to write in the margin and thought better of it. I couldn't read it from this angle. The lighting made it look like a smudge. The overheads flickered once. Not the horror movie strobe, just a single quick dimming and brightening, like a stutter in the power. For that fraction of a second, the black of the tag's reverse side flashed in my peripheral vision, like it had turned itself over and then back. When the light steadied, the card was still lying with its blank side up. Do not read the toe tag. The sentence pushed against the back of my teeth. It felt more like a dare than a warning now. I did not bend down. Instead, I did something that felt like a compromise with whatever had written that rule. I lifted my boot and nudged the tag with the edge of my toe just enough to flip it. The card flopped over, landing printed side up. Black text, clean and neat in a standard font, stared back at me. Name, date, case number. The name was familiar, not personally, but because I had seen it all over the building for the last 12 hours. On the memorial slideshow in the lobby, on the schedule board in the prep office, on the little plaque next to the guest book. It belonged to the man whose funeral had brought in the crowd that afternoon. A guy in his late 50s who, according to the sheet I had glimpsed, had sold cars for 30 years and never missed a Vikings game. Normal. Expected. The name that should have been on that tag. For a second, as the card completed its flip, something else sat there. It was not like seeing clear letters. It was more like the ghost of text, faint and not yet fully formed. The edges of the ink blurred, then sharpened, then blurred again. In that half second, I could have sworn I saw the outline of my own last name on the top line. Morris. Not printed properly, not fully settled. Then, like a focus lens snapping into place, the letters slid, rearranged themselves, and resolved into the dead man's name instead. I blinked hard. The tag did not change again. The letters stayed fixed. Date stayed the same. Case number stayed the same. Everything perfectly ordinary. Everything perfectly official. I nudged it one more time with my boot, just to be sure it was not going to flip back to blank on its own, then left it where it lay, printed side-exposed string trailing like a tail. Done, I said under my breath. I did not know who I was talking to. As I turned to leave, the zipper pulls on the other two bags gleamed under the neon, all of them sitting snug at the top. None had moved. None of the fabric beneath them had breathed. Out in the hallway, the building's usual layer of noise came back in like a tide. HVAC hum, light, buzz, a pipe knocking twice in the wall. Things that were predictable. Things that belonged to the living, not the dead. I shut the holding room door behind me with more care than necessary, making sure it clicked all the way into the frame. Rule 4 had sounded simple on paper. Zip, do not look, do not read. What it had not mentioned was what to do when the bag acted like it had its own lungs, or when your last name tried on a spot on someone else's toe tag for half a second before deciding it was not time yet. 4.2. The rule about not reading my own name. Back in the prep office, I did what I always did when something felt too strange to hold by itself. I tried to bury it under paperwork. I shut the holding room door, gently made sure the latch caught, and walked the short hallway back to the small room with the desk and the printer that always sounded like it was one page away from dying. The air in here was warmer, a little stale, and it still carried the faint smell of cheap coffee from earlier. I dropped into the rolling chair and let the tension bleed out of my shoulders, one knot at a time. The body bag, the puff of fabric, the toe tag flashing my name for half a heartbeat. Those images flickered behind my eyes like a slideshow I had not asked to watch. "You're tired," I muttered. "Your eyes are shot. You saw what you expected to see." The fluorescent light overhead buzzed, unconvinced. On the desk, someone had left a stack of service logs half pulled from a manila folder. The top sheet was for tonight date typed neatly at the top, followed by a grid of tasks and times. One column was for the day staff, one for the evening crew, one for the night attendant. That would be me. I pulled the stack closer more to give my hands something to do than because it needed filing. The paper rasped softly under my fingers. The night attendant column was filled in on each sheet. Same initials every time, E. Morris. Same slanted letters, same little flourish on the S, like they had been printed with a rubber stamp made from someone's idea of my handwriting. The problem was that was not my handwriting. My E usually leaned a little left. The ones on the page leaned right just a touch. The tail of the S dipped lower than mine did, crossing an imaginary line I stopped crossing around community college. And I had not filled any of these out. Keen had never asked me to. The logs were never part of my nightly checklist. I flipped back through the pile. 3 nights ago. 5. A week. The farther I went, the more E. Morris entries I saw, all made in the same ink, same hand. The color didn't even change between days. No slight shifts that would have come with different pens. Then about 2 weeks back, the column went blank. The date headers kept going in neat order, but the night attendant space was empty all the way down. No initials, no scribbles, nothing. So whoever had been working those nights, if anyone had either not bothered to sign, or the name had never stuck. I shuffled forward again to the more recent pages. E. Morris filled them steady and unbroken, like the building had decided that's who I was, and wanted to make sure every line matched. My skin crawled. It was not that seeing my name on official paperwork was strange. That part was normal. Job role, write it down. But seeing a version of it written over and over in a hand that was almost mine and not mine at the same time felt like looking at your reflection in warped glass, just enough wrong to make your stomach twist. You're overthinking it, I told myself. Keen filled them out. She's got her own style. She's just writing your initials, that's all. The explanation sounded thin even to me. The clock on the wall read 1:52 a.m. The hands made their slow crawl around the face, ticking every second. The HVAC hummed overhead, comforting and low. Nothing screamed danger in that room except the way my gut clenched when I traced those letters. I was still staring at the log sheet when I heard heels in the hall. They were not the sharp, echoing stabs you get on tile. These were softened by carpet, but precise enough to count click, click, click. Each step landed in exactly the same rhythm, like a metronome that had been wound perfectly. I looked up as she appeared in the doorway. Mrs. Keene did not look like someone who should move that quietly. There was nothing fragile about her. She had the kind of frame you get from years of carrying heavy things the right way, not the wrong one, solid shoulders, grounded posture. Tonight she wore the same black slacks and blazer as always, the funeral home's logo stitched in white on the breast pocket. Her hair was pulled back into a low bun, a few gray strands catching the overhead light. "Burning the midnight oil," she said, voice as steady as her footsteps. I sat up straighter automatically. "Just finishing some of the checklist," I answered. "Holding room logs, making sure everything's in order." She stepped inside, the scent of her perfume, something sharp and clean, not floral, slicing briefly through the stale coffee smell. She glanced at the desk, at the papers, then at me. "How's the work?" she asked. "Any issues with the schedule? With the building?" The way she said the building made me think of how she had said the house on that first night when she gave me the rules. Like it was a person in the next room. My first instinct was to tell her about the body bag, about the zipper and the breath and the tag and that flicker of my last name. The words lined up in my throat. "There was a bag in holding," I started. It was open a little, and she turned her head slightly and our eyes met. For a moment, all I saw was my own reflection, small and dark in the gloss of her irises. Then the overhead light caught just right, and something else flared there. Dust. That was my first thought. A tiny speck caught in the light. But it moved too deliberately for that, floating, then drifting sideways across the black like a spark underwater. Then there was another and another little flecks of brightness, sliding in slow arcs, reflecting the neon white in the holding room I had just left. It was the same color as the fluorescent tubes, the same sterile glow. My tongue stuck to the roof of my mouth. The rest of my sentence died behind my teeth. Keene blinked once, and the dust was gone. Her gaze sharpened back to normal human focus. With the work, she prompted. No, I said. "Work's fine, just long nights. You'll get used to the hours," she said. "If you let yourself." She pulled the rolling chair opposite the desk out a few inches and sat, hands folding neatly in her lap. For a few seconds, she just listened, head tilted slightly, as if she were tuning into some quiet frequency in the walls. "Anybody bothering you?" she asked. "On site? Outside? At the river?" The last part hit me like a thrown rock. I fought not to visibly react. "No," I lied. "It's pretty quiet out there. Just cars going by." She nodded once, like that was the answer she had expected. "Good. You're here to work and to sleep, not to be harassed." From down the hallway toward the back of the building, a familiar sound cut through the office, a single clear ding. The elevator. Keene's eyes flicked toward the door. I turned in my chair to look past her into the hall. The arrow indicator above the service elevator's metal doors, just barely visible from this angle, showed a glowing one. The arrow itself was solid, not blinking, pointing nowhere. The doors remained closed. No one stepped out. No mechanical whine followed the chime. Neither of us moved. The hum of the lights did not waver. The HVAC stayed on. The clock ticked. "Electrical fault," I said, finally, my voice a little too fast. "You know, old building." "The house likes its routines," Keene said mildly, turning back to me. "It doesn't like being ignored." The house. Not the chapel. Not the business. The house. The word skated over my skin, leaving goosebumps in its wake. She said it the way you would talk about a dog that might bite if you stopped walking it. If you follow the rules, she added, standing, you'll be fine. The house likes order. I swallowed. What happens if I don't? She paused with her hand on the back of the chair, considering the question, like it was a curiosity more than a concern. Then it finds someone who will, she said. And you go back to the car. For a second, I tasted old gas station coffee and cold burrito, the river air, the ache of sleeping half curled in the driver's seat. Keen stepped into the hall shoes, making that soft, even click, click, on the carpet. She did not look back. I waited until the sound of her footsteps faded before letting out the breath I had been holding. The office felt smaller once she was gone, like some of the air had gone with her. My hand went instinctively to my hoodie pocket. The rule sheet crackled under my fingers. I pulled it out and flattened it on the desk. Overnight procedures must be followed. The familiar list stared up at me. The lines had picked up new creases since the last time I unfolded it, edges softening from being handled too much. My eyes tracked down to Rule 4. If you see a body bag unzipped more than 3 inches, zip it closed without looking inside. Do not read the toe tag. I knew that was how it had read on night 1. I could see my memory of the page, clearly plain black text, centered, no frills. I had photographed it with my phone. I had stared at it in the dim light of my car outside before my first shift, wondering what kind of place needed to put that in writing. Now there was something else there. Directly under "Do not read the toe tag" in much finer blue ink than the main text, a new sentence had appeared, slanting, slightly squeezed into the space like an afterthought, especially if it looks familiar. The letters were careful, almost delicate, as if whoever had written them had taken their time not to press too hard. The F in familiar curled in a way my handwriting never did. The ink was the same color as the pen Keen had given me to sign my name, but the hand was not mine. I ran my thumb lightly over the line. The paper felt the same as everywhere else, no indentation, no raised ridge. If I had not been staring right at it, I could have told myself it was always there and I had just missed it. But the memory of the original clean version sat too sharp in my mind. Someone or something had decided the rule needed clarification after tonight. I thought about the toe tag spinning as it fell. The flash of my last name, trying on that space, wearing it for a second, like a coat, and then slipping it off in favor of the correct one. Not yet, the building seemed to be saying. Not this one. Not tonight. The elevator dinged again down the hall, a single bright note. I folded the paper twice, then one more time, and shoved it back into my pocket, the new line pressing against the fabric like an underline only I could feel. The rules were not just about keeping me alive or sane. They were about keeping my name where it belonged, on the side of the desk, on the log sheet, on the key card, off the tags, off the bags, off whatever ledger the house kept downstairs. At least for now. 4.3. The night the house held its breath. By the end of my second week, the lobby felt more familiar than any place I had ever paid rent for. I knew which scuffs on the tile would never come out, no matter how hard I scrubbed. I knew which chandelier bulb flickered first when the power hiccuped. I knew the exact angle where the reflection of my focus lined up with the white van's usual spot in the far corner of the lot. That night, sometime after 2 a.m, I was mopping the lobby again. It was muscle memory by then, bucket parked at one corner mop, cutting long wet paths across the tile, working backward so I did not walk through my own work. The smell of floor cleaner, fake lemon over something sharper sat in my nose. Outside the glass doors, West River Parkway lay mostly empty. Every few minutes, a car passed a quick wash of headlights on the ceiling, the soft whoosh of tires on asphalt. The wind had picked up. I could hear it probing at the door seals, a thin, restless hiss that rose and fell, making the glass shudder just enough to catch the chandelier light. Inside, the usual soundtrack played. The HVAC hummed through the vents in its low, steady way. The clock on the wall above the front desk ticked measured seconds, tick, 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 a calm metronome for a night that did not deserve calm. Somewhere down the staff hallway, the break room fridge made its quiet compressor rattle a sound I had learned to tune out. I had gotten used to the idea that the building had on and off moods. Sometimes it felt almost relaxed, its noises blending into a background that didn't demand anything from me. Sometimes it went sharp and attentive, every relay, click, and pipe knock sounding like punctuation. This time was different. It did not fade. It cut. 1 second, the HVAC hum was there, ears resting on it, the way you rest your hand on a table without thinking. The next second, it vanished. No wind down, no gradual softening. It was just gone. At the same instant, the fridge in the break room shut up mid-rattle. The faint static buzz of the fluorescent fixtures above me fell away, leaving only the bare light. The clock on the wall gave one last tick, and then went silent, second hand frozen between marks. The wind outside was still there, but it suddenly sounded far away, like it belonged to a different building on a different block. The house, if I had to describe it, felt like it had taken a lungful of air and was holding it. The air in the lobby thickened, pressing against my eardrums. A high, almost inaudible whine crept in at the edges of my hearing, not from any machine, but from the absence of them. Rule 2 lived halfway down the overnight sheet. Do not approach the stairwell if you hear dragging between 2:22 and 2:35. Stay busy upstairs. My brain had filed it away under future problems, something to worry about only if it ever actually happened. Standing in the middle of the lobby, wet mop in hand, listening to the building cut its own sound off like a switch, I realized I had just run out of future. I checked the clock, even though it wasn't moving. The face still read 2:21 a.m. The minute hand sat just before the mark. The dead second hand hovered useless. My phone in my pocket told a different story. 2:22 right on the nose. The first drag came from below. It was not the sound of footsteps. I had heard footsteps in stairwells before, quick, sharp impacts, rubber or leather on concrete. This was slower and heavier, something large and solid scraping across a hard floor. Drag. A pause long enough that my brain tried to fill it with an end that did not come. Drag. Another pause. Same length, same rhythm. Whatever it was, it started under the building, down where the cooler sat, where the holding room gave way to basement hall and moved in increments. Each scrape sounded like metal edges grinding against concrete, like a loaded gurney with a broken wheel being forced along by someone who did not care about the damage. My hands tightened around the mop handle. The wet head of it drooped on the tile, dripping. "Stay busy upstairs," I whispered, repeating the rule like a command I could give myself. My voice came out thin and flat, swallowed by the air. I forced the mop back into motion. The head slapped into the damp patch I had left half-finished. Water sloshed in the bucket, loud in the carved-out quiet. I focused on pushing hard enough to make noise, to leave clean strokes behind me. Swish. Slosh. Swish. The dragging did not care. It slid right under the sound I tried to make, threading through it like a second, darker rhythm. By the third or fourth drag, I could tell it was not staying in one place. It started beneath where I knew the bottom of the stairwell sat, under the back corridor near the gray metal door I had not opened since the night of the toe tag. The house is finite, and once you walk it enough times, you learn where rooms line up over each other. I could feel the starting point in my bones. Drag. Pause, drag. The pattern continued unhurried and unbroken. Each scrape seemed to shift a little in location farther from the stairs, closer to the central spine of the building. It moved like something being dragged down a hallway under my feet, turning corners I could not see. Under the chapels, under the arrangement office, under the staff hallway. My head tried to map it, unwillingly tracing lines through concrete, a path laid not on the floor where I stood, but directly below it. A mirror route one level down, following the same architecture. I did not want to know how accurately my ears could track it, but they did. The mop slipped in my hands. My palms had gone slick with sweat. I tightened my grip muscles, aching. The dragging grew louder as it approached the front of the building. It never changed speed. It never sped up or slowed down, never stumbled. Every drag was the same length, the same weight. Like I was listening to some mechanical process unfolding rather than a human hauling something. When it felt like it had passed beneath the chapels and reached the underside of the lobby, my chest went tight. The tile under my boots might as well have been a manhole cover. I imagined a circle drawn around me, the edge matching the reach of my arms. In my mind's eye, that was the circle below, too directly beneath the polished floor, on whatever raw concrete surface the lower corridors used. The next drag started at the edge of that circle. Drag. The vibration was not enough to actually feel in my soles, but my body told me it should be. It pushed into my awareness with the certainty of a phantom limb. The pause stretched. I stared at the clock. The hands were still frozen at 2:21. My phone in my pocket burned like a live coal. I could feel it against my thigh, the pull to look to see how many seconds were left in the window the rule had named. I did not check. The rule had said, stay busy, not stand in the middle of the lobby counting. Drag. This time the sound landed dead center under where I stood. It was like listening through a floor to someone moving furniture in a room below your own. Except the room below was filled with refrigeration units and toe-tagged bodies, and the furniture felt more like a weight the size of a person repeatedly crossing the space under your feet, carried by something that did not have to worry about getting tired. For an instant, the irrational part of my brain was sure that if I jumped, the floor would bow beneath me thin as an old mattress, that whatever was down there would feel me land above it. I pushed the mop harder. Water slapped the tile loud enough to splash my ankles. My shoulders burned. The dragging did not change. It made one more pass under me, then shifted again, heading, if my internal map was right, toward the far side of the lobby under the guest book table and the front door. Drag. Pause. Drag. I counted the intervals in my head, not in seconds, but in beats of my heart. If the rule was right, this would end at 2:35. If my phone was right, I still had time to endure. At some point, I realized I was grinding my teeth. Then, as cleanly as it had started, the dragging stopped. No tapering off. No final scrape. The next sound in my ears was the HVAC surging back on, loud and clumsy, as if it were trying to make up for the silence. The fridge compressor rattled to life down the hallway. The fluorescent fixtures exhaled their buzz. Above the front desk, the clock ticked again, as if nothing had interrupted it. The second hand jumped from the space between marks onto one with a little jitter, then kept going smooth. I checked my phone. 2:35 a.m. The rules window had passed. The house had let itself breathe again. I finished the lobby with mechanical precision, every stroke of the mop a way to bleed off the adrenaline. When the tile was as clean as it had ever been, I dumped the bucket in the janitor's closet sink, and watched the gray water swirl around the drain chemicals and dirt heading for pipes I was suddenly very aware of. By the time I made it back to the staff room, the muscles in my arms were shaking. I told myself it was from the extra scrubbing, not from the sound of something tracing my route one floor down. The staff room felt smaller than usual. My cot sat where it always sat, lump in the corner with its thin mattress and metal frame. The locker stood against the wall at the foot of the bed door, closed combination lock hanging open, because nobody had ever bothered to show me how to set it. I decided I deserved a dry shirt. The mop water had soaked into my cuffs and flecked my chest. My back was damp with sweat. Changing into something clean suddenly felt like a rational, normal human thing to do in a night that had not included many of those. I swung the locker door open. My spare clothes hung where I had left them, a couple of shirts on cheap hangers, jeans folded on the top shelf, rolled socks in a plastic bin. And on one of the metal hooks right between my jacket and a fluorescent safety vest, someone had left from a past job something small and rectangular dangled from a loop of string. A toe tag. Standard issue. The same off-white cardstock with a reinforced hole punched at one end. The same slightly fuzzy string tied in a loop. It hung at eye level, gently rocking from the motion of the door opening, brushing the metal with a soft, repetitive tuck, tuck. The side facing me was blank. No name, no date, no numbers, just empty space waiting. Every instinct I had told me to flip it, to confirm, to prove that it was nothing some leftover someone had hung in here as a joke forgotten between shifts. The gap between my fingers and the card felt charged like static jumping before a storm. I stayed where I was. The rules were crumpled in my pocket. I did not have to pull them out to see the words. Do not read the toe tag, especially if it looks familiar. This one did not look familiar yet. That was the problem. It looked like an empty form, a blank line on a test you had not answered. A space waiting for someone to decide what belonged there. I closed the locker door instead of my hand around the string. Metal met metal with a dull clank. The toe tag bumped the inside once lightly, then again, then settled into a slow, irregular tap as it swung back and forth in the dark interior. I sat down on the cot without changing hoodie, still damp eyes fixed on the locker. The building resumed its normal noise around me. The vent in the corner whispering. The clock in the hallway ticking. Somewhere beyond, down through concrete and tile, the cooler compressors pulsing in their own mechanical heartbeat. Behind the thin locker door, the tag kept brushing the metal. Soft, intermittent touches like fingernails on the inside of a coffin. 5.1, waiting at the crossroads. It was Keen who made Rule 5 feel different from the others. Most of the rules I learned from the paper. Flat text, no explanation. The house likes order. Do not. Do not. Do not. Number 5. I learned in the break room with the smell of burnt coffee and microwave dinners sticking to the walls. It was a slow night, at least by North Riverside standards. No services scheduled. No big families crying in the lobby. Just me, the hum of the vending machine, and the little TV bolted to the corner of the wall, showing a muted local news anchor, mouthing headlines to nobody. I was leaning on the counter, pouring coffee from the industrial pot into one of the thin styrofoam cups. The liquid came out in a steady stream, dark and too hot, making that hollow glug-glug as it hit the bottom and climbed. Behind me, the fridge compressor clicked off. The quiet in the room settled a little heavier. That stuff will strip paint if you let it sit, Keen said from the doorway. I jumped harder than I wanted to. I had not heard her approach. Her shoes made that same soft click, click, on the carpet outside, but the break room door muffled it enough that she might as well have appeared out of nowhere. "It's free," I said, setting the pot back on the burner. "Everything tastes better when it's free." Not everything, she said. Sometimes free comes with a bill you don't see until later. She crossed the room, picked up a cup for herself, and poured. The sound of the coffee hitting foam was suddenly the loudest thing in the building, a hot, thin waterfall into white nothing. For a minute, we just stood there in the yellowish light, both of us staring at our cups, like they held something worth reading. "If you're going to break a rule," she said finally, without looking at me, "don't break number 5. Steam curled up between us, carrying the bitter smell of overcooked grounds. "I wasn't planning on breaking any," I said, trying to keep it light. "They're kind of your whole deal." "Everyone breaks something," she said. "That's the whole point. The house wants to see which one you choose, but not that one." She tapped her nail against the laminated sheet tacked to the corkboard above the counter. I hadn't noticed it had been pinned there, a clean, photocopied version of the rules, like a workplace safety poster. My eyes slid down to Rule 5. From 3:03 a.m. to 3:09 a.m., stand at the T-junction outside Chapel B facing the lobby. Do not turn around. Do not allow anyone to pass behind you. "Why that one?" I asked. Keen took a sip from her cup. The styrofoam dented under her fingers. "Because she said the house likes to know your back." She left it at that. No elaboration, no nervous laugh. She just turned her heels, making those small, precise clicks as she walked out, and the break room felt colder after she was gone. If there was a single sentence that hooked me into obeying the rule perfectly, it was that. Not the stay away from the dragging, not the don't look at the cameras. That line about the house wanting my back. I had slept in the front seat of my car long enough to know how it felt to have nothing at your back but a thin piece of glass and anyone with a flashlight who decided to tap on it. The idea of deliberately offering up that vulnerability to a building that already knew my name made my skin crawl. So that night, I decided to do it exactly right. To follow Rule 5 to the second and see what happened when I did not flinch. At 2:55, I finished restocking the tissue boxes in Chapel A and checked my phone. The numbers glowed cold against my palm. I walked the hall slowly, giving myself time. The T-junction outside Chapel B had become the center of my personal map of North Riverside. If you stood there, you could see down 3 directions forward toward the lobby, left toward the staff hallway, and prep office right toward the side door and holding room. The runner rug ran straight toward the chapel door, the faded burgundy pattern nearly worn smooth, where carts had rolled back and forth for years. Tonight, the lights were dimmer than usual. Nobody had adjusted them. I would have heard the switch. It was more like the bulbs themselves had agreed to a lower wattage. The chandelier in the lobby burned a warm white, but it looked farther away than it should have, like someone had stretched the distance between us without moving any walls. The glow pooled on the tile near the front desk and thinned out by the time it reached me. Behind my right shoulder, the corridor toward the side door faded into a softer gold, the exit sign in its little green box humming faintly. To my left, the prep office door was closed. Beyond it, the break room window showed a rectangle of darkness. I checked the clock mounted midway down the hallway. It was round, cheap white frame black numbers, the kind you could buy in bulk at any office supply store. Its second hand hopped forward with mechanical determination. 302. I stepped into the exact center of the junction. You learn to feel center when you mop enough floors. The way the lines of the walls pull evenly on your peripheral vision. The way the edges of the runner rug mirror each other. I turned until I was facing the lobby Chapel B on my right, staff corridor on my left. Rule 5 did not say I had to stand straight, but I did. Feet shoulder width apart, arms hanging loose at my sides, chin level. From here I could see the double glass doors at the front. The brass handles gleamed faintly. Outside them, the parking lot lamps drew pale circles on the asphalt. My focus sat where it always sat. The van space was empty. For once, there was no white block waiting just out of the normal sightline. Inside the building, sounds had settled into their nightly framework. HVAC hum in the vents. Fluorescent buzz overhead. A far-off drip somewhere in a pipe. The clock ticked above me, a clean tick-tick-tick, marking out tiny deaths of time. My phone vibrated once in my pocket as it turned over to 3:03 a.m. I watched the second hand jump onto the mark. Nothing happened. No lights flickered. No sudden cold wind. No voice from the chapel calling my name like my father used to. For the first 10 seconds, the biggest threat was how stupid I felt. Standing in the middle of a hallway like a mall cop waiting for teenagers to walk by, staring at a lobby that remained perfectly empty. My reflection faintly ghosting in the glass doors. The glow of the chandelier picking out every scuff in the tile I had missed earlier. 3:03:10, my mind whispered. I kept my eyes forward, tracing the edges of the front desk. The pamphlet racked the corners of the rug runner where it met the lobby tile. One part of my brain counted seconds. Another watched for movement behind the doors. 3:03:40. The air behind my neck changed. It was subtle at first. The human body is bad at reading air pressure, but very good at reading temperature. One moment, the space at my back was just a neutral pocket of conditioned air. The next, it dropped a few degrees. It did not hit my face. The air in front of me stayed the same lukewarm nothing it had been all night. It was specifically my back, the skin under my hoodie between my shoulder blades, that started to prickle. It felt like standing near the open door of a walk-in cooler, except the door was not in front of me. It was right up against my spine. My shoulders tensed. Instinct screamed at me to turn around, to check, to make sure no one had walked up behind me without making a sound. Rule 5 tightened around my thoughts like a belt. Do not turn around. Do not allow anyone to pass behind you. The building did not feel empty anymore. It felt occupied. The noise changed next, but not the way it had during the dragging. This time, nothing cut off. The HVAC kept humming. The lights kept buzzing. The clock still ticked above like a metronome marking time for something I had not yet heard. What shifted was the balance. The sounds in front of me sounded farther away. The lobby noises, the air echoes, even the faint creak of the front doors expanding and contracting in their frame under the temperature difference, all of it stretched like someone had moved the source another 10 feet beyond the glass. At the same time, the awareness of what was behind me sharpened into something like weight. The patch of air at my back was not just colder, it felt filled in, not pressing against me physically, not touching my hoodie, but eliminating that subtle sense of empty space you get when you stand in the open. My body knew the difference. Every hair along my arms and neck stood up. I could feel the absence of warmth where someone's chest should have been if they were standing a foot behind me. That missing human heat was its own presence. Out beyond the glass, a car rolled past on West River Parkway. Its headlights swept across the doors, briefly painting my reflection brighter. For half a second, the brass handles and the dark square of night framed a ghost of my back hood shoulders, and something taller than me in the blur behind, like a shadow layered over a shadow. I told myself it was a trick of the angle. The chandelier's light bouncing, nothing more. The clock over my head ticked. 3:04. My tongue felt dry. I swallowed and it sounded loud in my own ears. I focused on my breathing, keeping it slow even. The urge to hunch my shoulders was almost overwhelming. I fought it. I did not want to give whatever stood there the satisfaction of seeing me curl in. Behind me, the carpet did not rustle. No footsteps, no shifting weight. Whatever had taken that patch of space seemed perfectly content to just be there. The worst part was that I could not tell how close it really was. My animal brain told me it was inches away. Logic said it could be halfway down the corridor, and my nerves were overreacting. But logic had been mostly useless since the chapel started using my father's phrases. From somewhere deeper in the building, a pipe gave a single soft knock. It sounded apologetic. My eyes stayed locked on the lobby. The doors did not move. The glass stayed clear. The parking lot lamps outside burned steady. No fog spread over the panes. No writing appeared backwards where I could read it. Not yet. The cold behind my shoulders intensified, focusing into 2 points along my upper back, like eyes without weight. My hands curled into loose fists at my sides before I caught myself and forced my fingers straight again. 30450. I told myself I could last 9 minutes. I had lasted nights in a freezing car, listening to the river wind and waiting for security to tap on the glass. I had lasted through dragging under the floor and a toe tag trying my name on for size. I could last 9 minutes at a crossroads in a funeral home. The house apparently had the same idea. 5.2. Seeing what I was not allowed to turn toward, I have stood too close to people in grocery store lines before. You know that distance where you can feel someone behind you, not touching, but in your space anyway. It was like that. Between 3:04 and 3:06 a.m., whatever stood behind me at the T-junction moved closer as if it had decided we did not need personal boundaries. The cold on my back, which had been a vague sheet of lower temperature, condensed. It pulled tight against the line of my spine, settling into something with an outline. It was not a draft. Drafts move around your ankles, coil around your neck. This felt like a torso-shaped hole in the air chest height matching me. The human brain is annoyingly quick at filling blanks. Mine supplied the shape of a person standing within a foot of me, slightly taller head angled down. The rest of me wanted to bolt. Rule 5 sat in my mind, like a hand on the back of my neck. Do not turn around. Do not allow anyone to pass behind you. The clock above the hallway ticked on. I could hear it distinctly, each second a little louder than the last. The HVAC hummed. Somewhere distant, something in the walls clicked. Normal, 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 except for the part where every nerve I had was convinced there was breath pooling just at the nape of my neck, cold and not mine. Then the voice came. You know better than to ignore me, Ethan. It did not come from the chapel. It did not come from the hallway. It came from exactly where it would have if a man had leaned in behind my right shoulder and spoken just past my ear. Low, calm, disappointed. My father's voice. He had a particular tone he used for that line, half lesson, half warning. He pulled it out when I was 12 and hiding a failing grade in my backpack when I was 17, and thought I could sneak in at 2 a.m. without smelling like cheap beer and cigarettes. He never shouted. He never had to. He compressed everything into that quiet, tight delivery that somehow made the room feel smaller. Hearing it in a mortuary hallway at 3-something in the morning with no living person behind me nearly undid me. My fingers twitched. I needed to check over my shoulder, to prove it was nothing or to confirm it was something I could actually see and therefore maybe deal with. Turning felt less terrifying than not turning. The rule dug in, so I did the only thing that didn't technically count as breaking it. I looked forward. Specifically, I looked at the glass doors. Rule 5 said, do not turn around. It did not say anything about where I was allowed to point my eyes. I let my focus shift from the lobby itself to my reflection in the panes. The chandelier light gave just enough glare to turn the glass into a faint mirror, the parking lot behind it a darker wash. At first, all I saw was myself, hood up, shoulders squared, face a little paler than I like to admit. My mouth was a hard line. My eyes looked two wide whites showing all the way around the irises. The front of me, this version of me, looked alone in the hallway. As my vision adjusted, the space behind my reflected shoulders started to resolve. There was a shape there, not a trick of light, not an accidental shadow. A figure. It stood directly behind my reflection, close enough that if it had been real, I could have felt the fabric of its jacket brush the back of my hoodie. Broad shoulders tapering down to a narrow waist, arms by its sides, sleeves hanging too straight. The outline of a suit, dark, probably black, the kind people rent for weddings or buy for funerals. The head was wrong. Where mine had hair flattened under a hood, a jawline features the thing behind me had a kind of smear. A vaguely oval blur sat on top of the suit, as if someone had taken an eraser to the details and scrubbed until only the suggestion of a face was left. Only 2 spots had any real definition. Hollows just slightly darker than the rest of the blur where eyes should have been. They were not glowing. They were not dramatic. They were simply emptier than the smudged surface around them, blackness layered over blackness, and they were aimed at the back of my reflected head. I felt nothing touch me. That almost made it worse. My body insisted there was someone nearly pressed against me. The skin between my shoulder blades crawled, anticipating contact that never came. The absence of actual weight made the cold feel intentional, like the thing was choosing not to close that last inch. The voice spoke again, but this time it was not sound moving through the air. Move. You're blocking the aisle. It dropped straight into my thoughts like a stone into a pond. My ears did not register anything. My skull did. The phrase itself was the kind of thing I had heard working in warehouses and grocery stores, in any place where people needed to keep pathways clear. Move your cart. Shift your pallet. People have to get by. I had heard funeral staff say similar things during services, soft nudges to grieving relatives standing too long in a doorway. But the way it was said, its cadence, its emphasis on no in the previous sentence, the flat weight on move that belonged to my father. I tightened my jaw until it hurt. Rule 5 did not specify who or what might try to get past me living dead, something in between. It just said, do not allow anyone to pass behind you. The idea of stepping aside and letting that blurred suit shape slip through the space where my spine was currently acting as a wall made my skin try to crawl right off my body. My legs, traitorous, wanted to obey the command anyway. Obedience is a hard habit to break when you have learned it from a man who could end a conversation by simply not raising his voice. That old muscle memory kicked in the tiny forward, leaned the beginning of a step to the side knees, ready to bend. I dug my nails into my palms. The sting of it grounded me in my own body. Short nails or not, they bit down enough to send a sharp thread of pain up my arms. It was small, but it was mine. No, I whispered. I did not know if I meant it for the rule, the voice, the building, or my own instinct. All I knew was that the word left my mouth and actually reached my ears, not like the muffled call in the dragging silence. It sounded thin, but it existed. In the glass, the blurry head tilted, just a fraction. Just enough for those dark indentations to seem to slide, aligning more directly with my reflected eyes, like it was trying to catch my gaze through the mirror. I kept looking at the doors, at my own features, refusing to let my focus settle on where its eyes would have been. If this thing worked like every other predator in the animal kingdom, eye contact was probably not on the list of survival tips. Inside my head, the same voice tried again, more insistent. "Ethan, step aside. You're in the way," very normal words. The tone carried the real threat. That quiet, I am done asking tone that had preceded more than one grounding in my teenage years. It bypassed the part of my brain that thought in language and went straight for the one that stored reactions. My heel shifted an inch toward the side corridor. I forced it back into place. The clock overhead ticked. For one heartbeat, it missed. I heard it clearly, a tick, then a pause that ran long enough my chest tightened, and then a small, ugly tuck-tuck as the mechanism inside slipped. The second hand jerked backward one mark as if trying to undo what it had already done, then snapped forward 2 steps overcorrecting. In the reflection, the suit shape seemed to smear with the movement, its edges blurring wider, stretching around my duplicate like it was trying to pull me into its outline. I focused on the numbers on the clock instead of the thing behind me. 3:05 something. I did not check my phone. I did not move. The cold along my spine remained steady and patient. The presence did not step away, but it did not press in either, as if we were both waiting to see who would break first, the house or the man it had pinned in its hallway. Wujud, 3. The names on the glass. If you stare at glass long enough, it stops looking like a window and starts looking like a screen. That was where I was by the time the clock crept toward 3:06 a.m. I was still rooted at the T-junction, still facing the lobby, still feeling the cold presence behind my shoulders, like an outline pressed into the air. My reflection stared back at me from the front doors, pale, rigid, a guy in a hoodie who looked like he was one sentence away from admitting he'd made a very bad career choice. Behind that reflection in the glass, the suit shape waited. Broad shoulders in dark fabric had an ugly blur, those 2 darker hollows where eyes ought to be locked on the back of my mirrored skull. It hadn't moved. That almost made it worse. Things that want you tend to twitch. This thing could afford to stand perfectly still. I focused on the doors, on the brass handles, on the faint vibration I could see in the metal when the wind shoved against the building. That was when the glass began to fog. It started at the bottom edge of the panes where they met the doorframe. A thin band of opacity spread across the clear surface like someone outside had pressed their mouth against the glass and exhaled a slow, deep breath. Except it did not look like breath. Real breath on winter glass comes out in bursts, cloudy and uneven, fading at the edges. This fog spread in a smooth, even sheet climbing from the threshold to knee height, then waist, then chest, like an invisible tide. On my side of the doors, the air was dry. The lobby vents still pushed the same lukewarm nothing over my face. Outside, I knew it was cold and brittle Minnesota, in the middle of the night air, so dry it tried to crack your lips. There was no good reason for condensation to be blooming on that glass from either side. It covered the bottom 2/3 of the doors, milky and opaque, leaving only a thin, clear band at the very top like a margin on a page. My reflection from the chest down vanished into the white. The suit shape behind me in the glass remained, its upper half still visible in that little slice of clarity near the top. The blurred head and the dark knot eyes floated above the rising fog like someone half submerged in dirty water. Then I heard a sound I will never stop hearing clearly. A writing sound. Not chalk on a board, not pen on paper. Something in between, a faint, dry shark like a fingertip dragging through moisture. On the outside of the glass in the fog, a line appeared. It started as a simple stroke from left to right, then curved, dipped, and crossed. Letters formed backward from my perspective, but perfectly readable. O'Brien. The apostrophe was a neat downward flick. The R had a little tail. The whole name sat in the center of the left-hand door, written in a hand I didn't recognize, but felt like I should. I knew that name. I'd seen it on the whiteboard schedule in the prep office my first week. Leo O'Brien, viewing. I'd seen it again on the manila folders stacked on the arrangement desk on the little labels for flower orders. O'Brien was one of the names that belonged to this place to people who had already gone wherever people go when the house is done with their bodies. Before I could process that fully, the letters began to fade. Not disappear, outright fade like someone had dragged a cloth through them. The fog under the strokes softened, blurred, and then went smooth again, as if the name had been written in dirt and then wiped just enough to remove the letter shapes. More writing. Castellano. It materialized to the right of where O'Brien had been, each letter shaping itself as if an invisible hand worked just out of sight. I heard that dry surk again as curves and lines carved into the condensation building a word. I knew that one too. Castellano had been on this week's paperwork, a large family service with reserved seating. I'd wiped the wooden arms of the chairs they'd used, collecting little flakes of white tissue, and God knows how many fingerprint oils. By the time I thought that Castellano had already started to blur, Whitfield. The names kept coming, one after another in a single row across the fog, then higher, smaller, crowding the glass. Some I recognized from the past 2 weeks of schedules, toe tags, guest books. Others meant nothing to me, but obviously meant something to the house. Henning, Ruiz, Kowalski, Tron. Each appeared in the same slanted handwriting, darkening in the fog as the letters completed. Each held for a few seconds, just long enough for me to read and remember that these were real people who had lain under those vinyl sheets, had had their names printed on tags and programs. Then each one softened and vanished to make space for the next. The sound of the writing never changed. It stayed quiet, steady, like someone carefully signing a ledger in another room. Behind my reflection, the suit shape didn't move. It watched, or seemed to. I could feel its attention on the glass as much as on me. A part of me wanted to step forward, press my hand to the door's feel, if the glass was cold or hot, wet or dry. Rule 5 tied my feet where they were. The idea of giving whatever was behind me any extra leverage by moving closer to the exit felt suicidal. More names. Moss. Whitfield again, smaller. Navarro, which made my stomach drop. Andrea's last name, the one embossed on the business cards in the front desk drawer. That name sat for a full beat longer than the others before fading. The clock overhead ticked, but the sound felt distant, like I was underwater. The fog had swallowed almost all visible reflection now. Only my head and the blur of the thing behind me hovered in the clear band at the top. For a moment, there was nothing written beneath them. Then the strokes began in the center. The line of the letter carved itself slowly clean and deliberate. T. My chest tightened. I stopped breathing. Hutchins, a slash, a crossbar, a N. Each letter landed with painful precision. By the time the N finished, I could already see the rest in my mind. Morris. My full name, Ethan Morris, stared back at me from the fog, written backward, but crisp and readable. The last name sat just a fraction lower than the first, like a signature on an official form. Whoever had written it, whatever, had taken special care with the R, dragging the tail out in a long flourish that dipped below the imaginary baseline. That was how my father had written his own name, John Morris. The R always pulled long like a hook. The shape behind me in the reflection seemed to lean closer to my mirrored head, the blur of its face tilting down until the empty hollows lined up directly over the letters. Inside my skull, in that familiar cadence, the voice whispered, "There you are." It did not sound triumphant or angry. It sounded satisfied, like a clerk finding the last file in a cabinet and sliding it into place. I could not feel actual breath on my neck, but my body reacted like I could. Every muscle clenched. Sweat cooled instantly under my hoodie. For a second, my vision tunneled the edges of the world, narrowing until all that existed was my name on the glass and the blurred suit behind me. The clock ticked. 3:06. Something shifted in the air, not a sound, not a temperature change, more like a mood snapping. The way a room feels different the instant someone hangs up on a phone call. Then, with no transition, the fog vanished. One frame, it was there, dense and heavy, with a dozen fading names. The next, both doors were clean and clear, reflecting only the empty lobby and the parking lot beyond. There was no slow receding up or down, no drip lines. It was just gone, as if someone had wiped the entire surface with a giant invisible towel in the space of a heartbeat. My reflection stood alone in the glass again. No suit behind me, no blurred head, no dark hollows where eyes should be. Just my own face, stunned and tight under the chandelier's glow. At the same instant, all the ordinary sounds in the building snapped back into their rightful places. The HVAC hum felt like a roar after the strange, focused quiet. The fluorescent buzz regained its thin edge. Somewhere back near the prep office, the fridge kicked on in a clumsy whir. Above me, the clock ticked smoothly secondhand, passing the 12 like nothing had happened. 3:07. Rule 5 had done its job. I had not turned. I had not moved. I had not let anything pass behind me. My knees wanted to buckle anyway. I let myself breathe in slow and shaky. The air tasted like lemon cleaner old coffee and something metallic that made the back of my tongue sting. Behind me from the staff hallway came the familiar too bright ding of the service elevator. The second one that night. No one had called it. Primary panic said, "Don't look." Rule 5 was done, though. The window had closed at 3:09, but the instructions had only pinned me from 3:03 to 3:07. I checked the clock again, just to make sure my brain wasn't trying to cheat me. 3:07 and a few seconds. I turned. The hallway stretching back toward the staff wing looked normal at first glance, runner rug beige walls, exit sign, the whole bland funeral home aesthetic. The elevator sat at the end, brushed metal doors facing the corridor. The floor indicator above the doors glowed with a steady one. The arrow wasn't blinking, no up or down light. From this distance, you could almost believe the ding had been a random electrical hiccup. The doors weren't closed all the way. A narrow gap, maybe half an inch, broke the seam between them, just enough that a sliver of darkness showed where the car interior should have been. No light spilled through from inside. It looked less like doors that were opening or closing, and more like doors that had tried to seal and been stopped by something invisible wedged between them. As I watched, nothing moved. No cables groaned, no fans spun, no emergency light flickered. But the smell rolling out through that crack crawled into the hallway and reached me where I stood. It was faint at first, then stronger with each breath, a sharp, metallic tang, like old pennies kept in a hot palm or the air in a room where someone has scratched their arm raw. Not the full nauseating assault of fresh blood, more the ghost of it, iron and copper, and something that made my gums ache. My fingertips went cold. Behind my left rib cage, where my wallet sat in my back pocket, I could feel the thin impression of the folded rule sheet pressing against my skin. Behind my right, in the locker in the staff room, a blank toe tag waited on a hook with nothing written on it. The house apparently had decided it knew my name now. The elevator doors stayed almost closed, breathing that metallic scent into the corridor in slow, invisible drafts. 6.1. The elevator that brought something up. Standing there at the end of the hallway, I realized how stupid every horror movie joke I had ever made actually was. People always say, "Why would you open that door?" Or "Why would you go toward the noise?" like they have never been broke tired and trying to keep a job that came with a roof. The elevator at North Riverside did not look evil. It looked like every other service elevator I had ever seen in a hospital or hotel: brushed metal doors, scuffed brass trim, a narrow call panel with 2 buttons and a key slot nobody touches. The floor indicator above the doors showed a steady one, just like it had earlier that night when it dinged on its own. The call button next to the frame wasn't lit. I hadn't pressed it. No one had. Still, the doors weren't fully closed. That was what kept my feet moving. They were almost shut, the seam between them thin as a pencil line, but not quite. A hairline gap ran from top to bottom, black and depthless. Not enough to see inside, just enough to prove the car wasn't sealed. From that crack, the smell leaked. It was faint, like the ghost of a scent, something metallic, first sharp enough to hit the back of my tongue. Under it sat that hot penny smell you get when you hold coins too long, mixed with a whisper of ozone like the air after a cheap fluorescent bulb blows. And behind all of that, barely there, the suggestion of dried blood. Not a fresh copper stink. More like the memory of it soaked into rubber and steel and then cleaned a dozen times without ever fully leaving. Every sensible part of me said, "Stop here." The problem was, I had already been standing in a hallway watching names appear on glass that had no business fogging. A line had been crossed somewhere back at 303. This was just the next step over it. I walked up to the doors until I could see my own reflection stretched and bent in the brushed metal. My face looked taller, thinner, like I was being pulled upward. "Don't be an idiot," I muttered, which was basically an invitation to be one. I set my fingers in the groove between the doors and pulled. For a second they resisted, like they should have the motor holding them together, some safety system protesting. Then, with a soft metallic sigh, they slid apart. Just enough for me to squeeze a shoulder in and look. The car sat level with the hallway, exactly where it should have been if someone had called it, and then never stepped inside. The overhead light flickered once when the doors opened wider, then steadied into that flat, too bright wash elevators always have. From the threshold, it looked normal. Metal walls scratched up from years of carts and gurneys bumping into them. A horizontal handrail running along 3 sides, the stainless steel dull from 1,000 hands. The rubber floor mat, ribbed for traction, held the dark outline of old wheels. It took me a second to notice the thing in the back corner. Left rear, right where the walls met the floor, sat a stone. It was about the size of my palm, maybe a little bigger. Smooth and black, with that rounded, worn look river rocks get when water has had decades to work them down. It did not belong in an elevator. There was no reason for a landscaping stone to ride up and down with the dead. It glistened. Not in a metaphorical way, literally. The surface was slick, wet beads of dark liquid clinging to it, and then sliding down in slow, fat drops. Each drop hit the rubber mat and spread into a small, almost black circle that crept along the channels toward the door. I stared at it too long. My brain tried to categorize oil, maybe. Grease from some mechanical part. Old mop water spilled and concentrated in that corner. Anything but what my nose said it was. The overhead light flickered again. It was quick, one of those half-second stutters where the bulb doesn't fully go out, just dims and buzzes louder. In that brief, ugly moment, the stone surface went from glossy black to mirror dark. And for a single frozen frame, I saw my face in it. Not in a clear, reflective way. The rock was curved, distorting everything, but there it was, a warped, miniaturized version of my head, bent over, peering in. My mouth, my jawline, the edge of my hood. Only it was missing the eyes. Where my eyes should have been, the reflection was smooth. No sockets, no shadows, just uninterrupted black like someone had painted over them. The rest of my features were there, struggling to surface under the distortion, but the eye area was flat nothing. The light snapped fully back on, humming at its usual pitch. The stone turned back into just a shiny, wet rock in the corner. I realized I hadn't been breathing. Air burned its way into my lungs all at once, sharp enough that I almost coughed. "Okay," I whispered. "Okay. We're done." I did not step into the car. Rule 4 said the elevator had to stay on the first floor unless I was actively using it. Standing inside with the doors open, staring at a rock that bled eyeless versions of my face did not count as using it in any way I cared to defend later. I leaned in just far enough to reach the control panel and jabbed the one button with my knuckle, even though the floor indicator already showed we were there. The plastic circle lit up an anemic orange under my touch. Then I backed out slowly, making sure my boots stayed on the hallway tile, not the rubber mat. The second my weight was clear, the doors began to close. They slid together with a soft, cushioned motion that would have looked completely harmless from a distance. There was no violent slam, just that smooth kiss of metal meeting metal and the little thunk of the latch engaging. Behind the doors, I heard the motor engage. It rumbled for a heartbeat, then cut off. No sense of the car moving, no shift in the cable sound. The floor indicator above the frame stayed on one unmoved. The stone was still in there, whatever else the elevator might or might not be carrying. I stared at the closed doors, the brushed surface now reflecting my expression in two warped halves. Every horror instinct I'd ever mocked told me going down there in any way tonight was a mistake. Every rent instinct I had screamed that understanding what lived in the basement might be the difference between keeping this job and becoming a name on the glass. I stepped away from the elevator. The stairwell door sat just to the right, plain gray metal with a push bar. The kind of door nobody pays attention to because it never leads anywhere anybody wants to go. Keen had pointed it out to the first night palm hovering just above the hardware. "Basement's down there," she'd said. "You won't need it most nights. Deliveries happen during the day." She hadn't actually opened it in front of me. Tonight, the dragging had happened under my feet. The names had written themselves. The elevator had brought up a stone that remembered my face without my eyes. If anything in this building was going to make sense, it was going to be behind that gray door. I wrapped my hand around the push bar. It was cooler than it had any right to be given the heated hallway, cold enough that the metal bit into my palm like it had been sitting outside. For a second, I thought it might hold fast, that the house would decide I'd had enough for one night. The bar depressed on the first push. The latch clicked. Cold air breathed up from below, steady and heavy like the building exhaling from its gut. I let the door swing inward slowly, watching the dark shape of the stairwell open in front of me. Concrete walls painted that institutional off-beige every cheap renovation uses. Metal stairs leading down each step edged with a strip of black non-slip tape. The light down there was already on. No motion sensor. No switch that I had hit with the door. Just fluorescent tubes along the ceiling humming to themselves, throwing a flat, unforgiving glow over the steps and the landing below like they had been waiting. I did not look back at the elevator. If the house wanted me downstairs, it could have the courtesy of letting me choose the way. I put my foot on the first metal step and started down. 6.2. The cooler and the caretaker tag stairwells always feel like they belong to nobody. This one felt like it belonged to the house. The door swung shut behind me with a hollow clack cutting off the carpeted hallway glow. The stairwell was all concrete angles and tired beige paint, the kind that had peeled in curling flakes where the cinder blocks sweated. My footsteps landed on metal treads and came back at me from 3 different directions, up from the steps, off the walls, and down from the ceiling in a thin echo. It was colder down there from the first step. Not the brief rush you get when you open a basement door and warm air dumps out. This was settled cold, built into the concrete. The kind of temperature that had been the default for years and only tolerated a little heat leaking down from above. The lights were the long, fluorescent bars caged in wire humming, that mosquito bzzzt that sits right on the edge of hearing. Each one gave a faint, almost imperceptible flick when I walked underneath, like they were reacting to my presence by reflex. Halfway down, I stopped and checked my phone. 2:41 a.m. Rule 2's window, 2:22 to 2:35, had passed. Whatever did the dragging under my feet earlier was at least by the house's own technicalities off the clock. I told myself that meant something. The stairs ended in a small landing that dumped into a narrow hallway linoleum underfoot instead of bare concrete. The floor looked like it had been white once now, more old teeth with scuff marks. The walls were the same beige, sweating the same faint bleach smell. To my right, a door stenciled supply in black block letters. To my left, the cooler. The cooler door was different from everything else down there. Heavy stainless steel, thicker by inches, with a molded handle, and a small, square, reinforced window at eye level that showed nothing but darkness. A keypad sat to the right of the frame, the rubber buttons worn shiny in a 4-digit pattern. My hand remembered the code before my brain did. I had watched Keen's fingers move that first week when she thought I wasn't paying attention. Muscle memory finished what curiosity had started. Beep, 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 beep. The last button lit green. The lock clicked. When I pulled the handle, the door made a soft, sucking sound as the seal broke. The air that hit me in the face was not just cold, it was thick. It pushed against my skin like a physical thing, like walking into a bank of winter fog. I had been in restaurant walk-ins and grocery back rooms. Those were chilly, maybe a little damp from compressors. This was heavier. The temperature difference felt personal. I stepped inside. The cold wrapped me all the way around, sliding under my hoodie, filling the spaces between my ribs. My breath came out white and lingered in front of my face a fraction of a second too long before fading. The cooler was bigger than I'd pictured. Maybe 15 feet deep, 12 feet wide with metal racks along both sides and another across the back wall. 3 levels of storage, each shelf holding gurneys or trays. Most of them were occupied. The body bags were white, not black like in movies. White vinyl zipped shut, lined up with clinical indifference. They weren't piled, they weren't stacked, they were simply present. Each one had a toe tag hanging from the foot end, looped through a strap or bracket. The only sounds in there were the low, constant rumble of the refrigeration unit, buried somewhere in the walls, and my own breath, too loud in my ears. For a second, the urge to back out and slam the door was almost overwhelming. I thought about the names on the glass. O'Brien, Castellano, Navarro, mine. About the rock in the elevator remembering my face without its eyes. About the blank tag in my locker tapping gently against metal all night like it was testing the door. Rule 1 said if a toe tag was blank side up, I had to flip it and not read the reverse. Keep the ledger in order. Don't go looking for yourself. They were the house's rules. For once, I wanted to see who really owned the list. The first rack on my right held 3 bags. The nearest one on waist level had its tag flipped the wrong way, manila side-up string visible. I moved closer, boots whispering on the painted concrete. The cold bit into my fingertips when I pinched the edge of the tag. Up close, my breath sounded too loud against the vinyl. I slid my thumb under the card and flipped it. A name stared back at me in neat black print, the same font as the rules upstairs. Maria K. Ruiz. Underneath a date from 3 days ago and a time. Normal. Expected. Someone I'd seen on the service board without really registering. I rotated it back to face printout for real and let it hang. The next tag farther down was already correct, printed side out. I checked it anyway. Henning Margaret, another recent date. On and on, Kowalski David. Whitfield Joan. All the names that had floated across the fog on the doors anchored here to vinyl and steel. Then I found the smear. Middle rack, left side. The tag hung twisted, showing mostly its edge. I straightened it, turned it. The name had been printed at one point, that much was obvious. The ink sat in a long black skid, dragged diagonally across the card, like someone had taken a thumb and swiped it hard before it dried. The letters dissolved into a dark bruise. No name, no date. Just motion burned into paper. Cold or not, my fingers started to sweat. I rotated it back to the correct position and moved on. Farther down at the back right corner of the cooler, a tag lay perfectly blank side out, hanging still despite the pocket of my breath and the ever-present vibration of the compressors. It felt deliberate in a way the others hadn't. I almost turned away. I should have. Instead, I reached out and flipped it. The card swung over and one word sat in the center in the same blocky caps as the rest. Caretaker. No first name, no last name, no dates, no time. Just the title like a job description on a badge. The loop of string below it was empty, no little pre-printed space for any other information. It looked less like a record and more like a blank line waiting to be filled. The cold hit harder then. Not because the temperature dropped, it hadn't, but because my body had finally caught up with what my brain was telling it. Somewhere in this room was a place for a person who wasn't dead, yet a slot that belonged to whoever the house decided was in charge of keeping the rest of the tags honest. The word caretaker looked like it could admit more letters behind it at any time. Ethan Morris would fit after the dash. I let the tag fall back to its blank side. The card swung once, twice, then stilled. That was when I heard the dragging start again. Not above me this time. Not passing under my feet in some unseen parallel corridor. It came from just beyond the cooler door. Drag. Concrete against something heavy. Immediately outside the threshold. Pause. The sound pressed through the steel frame, vibrating faintly in the air. Every hair on my arms lifted. Drag. The rules window had passed. I had checked the time. I was under it now, not above it. None of that stopped the primitive part of my brain from recognizing the sound as the same one that had traced my path earlier that night. My breath fogged in front of me in quick, pale bursts. I turned toward the door. From where I stood at the back of the cooler, I could see the narrow, vertical slice of hallway through the small window in the door. Beige on beige linoleum the opposite wall. For a second, it was empty. Then the top of something black slid into view. Not a head. Not exactly. The suit came into frame, first shoulder lapel, the flat plane of a chest in dark fabric. It was like watching a mannequin being dragged sideways past a storefront window. The thing filled the little square more than a person should have at that distance, like it was too big for the hall. It stopped directly in front of the cooler, blocking the view. The glass fogged on my side. The temperature in the room somehow dropped another notch. My lungs protested the air I forced into them. The exhale that followed puffed white against the inside of the square. On the other side of the door, whatever wore that suit stood still. I couldn't see its face through the little window, just the middle of its chest, the line of a tie that seemed darker than the fabric around it. But I knew with the same certainty, I knew how to walk, that there was a blur up there, above what I could see with two hollows where eyes should be, and that those non-eyes were pointed at the seam where metal met metal. The dragging sound resumed. This time it was closer, amplified by the door, like the thing had brought its sound with it. Drag. Pause, drag, right against the threshold. It conjured a picture I didn't want something on the floor on my side or it's being pulled into position. My fight or flight did not even bother with fight. I moved. The back wall of the cooler was only a few steps behind me. I shoved off from it, boots slipping slightly on cold tile, and headed for the door. Every step felt like wading through syrup. The air didn't want to let me move. The suit shape did not step aside. It stood right in front of the door on the other side, a tall block of wrongness radiating cold through steel and insulation. The only way out was through. I hit the handle with my shoulder. The door gave less than it should have, like something heavy leaned on it from the other side, but I pushed harder. The seal squealed. The gap opened inches, then a foot, then more. As the door swung through the figure, I felt it. Not like cloth, not like a person. The cold I had felt in the cooler was one thing, refrigerated, heavy, artificial. The cold that hit my right side as I passed through that invisible body was something else entirely. It was an absence. For the fraction of a second, my shoulder seemed to intersect whatever stood there. Every nerve in that half of my body went dead and screaming at the same time. The sensation was like pressing bare skin to dry ice, no real pressure, just searing freezer burn that registered as pain too deep for the surface to explain. The air on the other side of the contact felt blazing hot in comparison, even though it was just the basement hallway's ordinary chill. I stumbled into the corridor, shoulder numb, stomach lurching. Behind me, the door swung shut on its hydraulic hinge, thudding into place with that same soft refrigerator suction sound. The dragging stopped. The space in front of the cooler door was empty. No suit, no blur. Just linoleum and beige walls and the keypad blinking its little red standby light like nothing had been there at all. My breath fogged in front of me once, then settled back toward normal as my lungs realized we were out. The skin on my right arm began to tingle, pins and needles racing from shoulder to fingertips, like circulation returning after being cut off. I flexed my hand. The joints ached. I didn't look back through the cooler window. I already knew what was in their rows of zipped bags, a caretaker tag waiting for a name, and a house that had just measured exactly how far I was willing to go to avoid being on one of those racks. 6.3. The ledger that signed back. When the cooler door clicked shut behind me, I did not go back up the stairs. I should have. Any decent survival instinct would say, "You touched the cold thing, you made it out, go upstairs, pretend the house is just a job again." But the house had just put a caretaker tag in my hand and let me walk through whatever stood in front of its dead. Going back to mopping the lobby like nothing had changed felt worse than staying. To the right of the stairwell across from the supply closet, there was a door I hadn't paid much attention to before. Wood instead of metal with a little plastic sign bolted to it at shoulder height. Prep log. Authorized staff only. The sign looked new compared to everything else down there, like someone had installed it recently to make an old habit look official. My shoulder still buzzed with that freezer burn feeling from brushing through the suit shape. The bones under my hoodie felt hollow. I pushed the prep log door open anyway. The room beyond was small. Not quite a full office, more like a glorified storage closet that someone had decided could hold paperwork instead of brooms. The air was colder than the hallway, but warmer than the cooler sitting in some uncomfortable middle ground. There was a single metal desk against the far wall, gray and dented at the corners, with a rolling chair whose cushion had given up years ago. A fluorescent tube hummed overhead in a cracked plastic cover, throwing a flat, unforgiving light across a surface stacked with clipboards and manila folders. Against one wall, metal shelves held cardboard boxes labeled with months and years. A calendar from 2 years ago still hung crooked above them, stuck on March, the little red square hovering over a date that had already happened. The smell in there was paper and ink and the faint chemical tang of toner. Under it, the same diluted bleach old concrete note that lived in the bones of the building. On the desk front and center sat a clipboard with a stack of stapled pages on it. I knew what it was before I got close enough to read the title. Intake Log. North Riverside Chapel and Mortuary. Columns ran across the top of the first page in neat printed lines. Date, name, cause, attendant, caretaker. Rows of handwriting filled most of the sheet. The same slanted script I'd seen on the glass on the tags moving on its own through fog. Each row fit cleanly between their lines, like whoever had written them had been doing it for a long time. I set my fingers on the edge of the clipboard just to steady my hands and started reading down. O'Brien Leo, date, cause. Castellano Amy, date, cause. Whitfield Joan, date, cause. The cause column had short notes, stroke collision, long illness. Nothing more than a quick label for whatever had ended them. The caretaker column was a list of single names, sometimes initials, sometimes just a dash. The attendant column, second from last, was different. For the first 2 pages, it was empty. Dates going back months, maybe years. Names stacking up under each other like a phone book. Cause filled in, caretaker filled in, attendant blank. The house had not needed anyone like me until recently, apparently. Or it had eaten the ones it had too fast to bother writing them down. Near the end of the second page, the pattern changed. The date column rolled into weeks I recognized from the schedule board upstairs. Services I had set up, chairs for tissues I had restocked. The names were current, recent. Moss, Navarro's relative, people whose families had stood under the same chandelier I had stood watching. And there, finally, in the attendant column, someone had started writing. E. Morris, E. Morris, E. Morris again. Same neat handwriting as the rest. Same pressure, same tilt. Not my messy, half-rushed scrawl. These were lines added like everything else on the page, as if the same hand that logged the dead had also decided to log me. My stomach dropped a little lower with every repetition. I had never seen this log before. Nobody had ever asked me to sign anything down here. The idea that my initials were already spread across multiple lines, slotting me in as part of the process, made the air feel thinner. I flipped to the next page. More recent dates. More names I half recognized from envelopes and service programs, and down that same attendant column, in that same not mine handwriting, E. Morris, E. Morris, E. Morris. The very last line on the page was different. Date that night. Name a blank line. Cause empty. Attendant empty. Caretaker blank. An entire row waiting like the house had left space before the night even started. My fingers tightened on the edge of the clipboard without meaning to. As I stared, something small and plastic shifted near my hand. The pen lying by itself on the metal desktop, one of those cheap black ballpoints with a clear barrel and a slightly chewed cap, rolled. It did not roll the way a pen normally does when it loses its balance and falls. It rolled in one straight, clean line from the far corner of the clipboard toward me, then stopped the instant its tip lined up with the blank boxes on the last row. The little click of plastic on paper sounded too loud, like the room had been holding its breath for it. The hair on my arms prickled again. I swallowed hard and tried to tell myself I had bumped the desk, that my shaking hand had vibrated the surface, that gravity and coincidence were having a night out. Then my wrist started to tingle. It was a subtle sensation at first, like the pins and needles you get when your hand falls asleep. It started where my palm rested on the clipboard, a gentle fizz under the skin, and crept up toward my forearm in a lazy line. I lifted my hand to shake it out, and the pen lifted with it. I did not mean to pick it up. My fingers closed around the barrel as naturally as if I were signing for a UPS package. The plastic warmed instantly under my grip, soaking through the cold that had settled in my bones. You ever have that moment where your body moves ahead of your brain, reflexes acting before thoughts? This felt like that, stretched out and deliberate. My wrist floated over the attendant box on the last row. For half a second, I tried to pull back. Nothing physically held me. There were no hands guiding mine, no visible force. But the muscles in my forearm refused the signal. They locked into a slow, smooth motion, like I was writing my name somewhere I'd written it 1,000 times before. The pen touched down. E. The line curved, crossed, THAN. The letters flowed out in my own shape of handwriting, not the logs. The house apparently knew how I wrote. MORRIS. Watched myself write it, completely aware and completely unable to stop the strokes, until the last S's tail flicked up and away. The second the tip left the paper, the tingling in my wrist stopped. The pen dropped out of my hand and clattered onto the desk, leaving a tiny ink dot on the metal where it landed. My fingers curled, empty, sore in a way that had nothing to do with pressure. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then all the lights in the basement flickered. Not off, not completely, but down. The fluorescence hum jumped half an octave, turning into a sharp, higher psss that set my teeth on edge. The compressor in the cooler droned louder, like someone had cranked it up a notch. From down the hall, through the closed cooler door and the concrete, I heard it. A sigh. Not one person. Not one set of lungs. It was a layered sound, a soft collective exhale, like dozens of people all let their breath out at exactly the same time. It rolled through the hallway and into the little prep room in a way that made the papers on the desk tremble at the edges. The dragging I hadn't realized was still happening above us, cut off mid-drag. Silence, real silence, not muted hum, filled the space it left. My ears rang. I looked down at the intake log. Where I had just written my name, Ethan Morris, in the attendant column, something new had appeared. To the right of the S, in smaller, tighter handwriting, a word had been added. I hadn't written it. I would swear under anything you care to name that my hand had not made those letters. Signed. The ink looked a fraction darker than the rest of the log, like it had just dried. The words sat there, tucked in the margin, a little stamp of completion. My throat went dry. I reached out on instinct, half to tear the page off, half to smear the word away before it could soak any deeper into whatever ledger the house was keeping. Before my fingers touched the paper, something wet hit the floor near my boot. A single drop. It fell from the bottom edge of the clipboard in a slow, heavy fall and landed on the concrete with a sharp, clean tack that echoed off the walls like someone had snapped their fingers right next to my ear. The drop spread out in a small, dark circle, soaking into the concrete without really changing color under the fluorescent light. It was too thick to be water, too dark to be ink. The smell of metal in the room sharpened. I stepped back away from the desk, away from the log, away from the tiny spreading circle on the floor. Upstairs, somewhere past the stairwell, a phone started ringing with that old analog bell sound, shrill and insistent. Down here in the prep room, the clipboard sat still. My name was in the ledger now, and the house had signed off on it. 7.1, trying to break the system with a fire alarm. By the time I hit the first floor hallway, my heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was trying to punch out through my ribs. The building did not look the same as it had an hour earlier. It was still North Riverside on paper, same beige walls, same framed stock photos of rivers and trees, same exit signs, but some part of it had slipped out of alignment. The fluorescent lights along the corridor weren't just buzzing anymore. A few of them flicked on and off in short, ugly spasms, turning patches of the hallway into a stuttered slideshow. The air smelled wrong. Not smoke exactly, not yet. More like the warning before smoke. That hot plastic tang you get when an extension cord has been overloaded for too long, or when a cheap plug starts to melt in the outlet. It sat just under the usual mix of floor cleaner and coffee ghosts, too faint to trip instinct, too distinct to ignore. Somewhere behind me, the phone that had started ringing in the basement stopped mid-bell, cut off like someone had picked it up and just never said hello. The elevator dinged. Then it dinged again. I could see the indicator from where the stairwell door opened. The little one above the brushed metal doors blinked each time the chime sounded, once, twice, 3 times in quick succession, like the car was arriving over and over without going anywhere. Nobody had pressed the button. "That's enough," I said. My voice sounded thin in the hallway. "That's enough, I get it." The ding didn't stop. I walked toward the doors, each step loud on the tile. The runner rug down the center was soaked in places from my earlier mopping the darker patches, catching the flicker from overhead, and making it feel like I was stepping through shadows that didn't want to stay put. Up close, the elevator looked worse. The doors were not fully open, not fully shut. They sat with a narrow gap between them, just wide enough that that same thin slice of black showed at the seam. The floor indicator stayed on one solid. The smell coming out of that gap was stronger than anything else in the building. Sharp metal like pennies rubbed between damp fingers. Hot wiring. And under it, that faint, unmistakable note that had followed me from the cooler, a blood smell that had been cleaned, scrubbed, bleached, and still refused to leave. "Stay on the first floor," I said, because Rule 4 had started to sound like a prayer. "You stay on the first floor, and I stay in one piece." The elevator dinged again in my face. I slid my fingers into the crack and pulled the doors open. They fought me at first, not like before in the basement, but with a sluggish resistance, like the mechanism was already busy doing something else, and resented the interruption. The metal warmed under my hands as I forced it. When I got the gap wide enough to see inside, my stomach turned. The stone was gone. In its place, on the back left corner of the elevator floor, sat a small black cartridge about the size of a deck of cards, plastic casing glossy in the overhead light. It looked exactly like the little label cartridges I'd seen in Keen's office, the kind that feed into a tag printer to spit out names in that neat uniform font the house liked so much. This one was bleeding. Thick, dark liquid oozed from a seam along the cartridge's side, pooling on the ribbed rubber mat beneath it. From there it crawled in slow, determined lines toward the front of the car, following the channels in the floor, like it knew the path already. Every few seconds, a droplet reached the edge where the rubber met the metal door sill and dropped into the track. Drip. The sound was soft, but unreasonably loud in the hush between the elevator chimes. Each drop hit the hidden metal groove with a tiny, precise tick that echoed up into the hallway. Drip. Whatever was inside that cartridge was not moving like ink, but the thought barged in anyway. The building was printing. Names on glass, names on tags, names in logs. Now it had a dedicated line right here in the service elevator, pushing whatever passed for ink through its own veins. so it could press me into the system on 100 little labels. "Nope," I said out loud, because hearing the word felt like something I could stand on. "We're not doing that. We are not doing that." For 2 weeks, I'd played along. I'd followed the rules, avoided certain stairwells at certain times, pretended that the dragging and the voices and the glass didn't mean anything beyond do your job and don't ask questions. The ledger downstairs had my name and the word signed next to it now. The house had stopped pretending. The fire alarm was the first real weapon I had. I backed away from the open elevator, eyes still on the cartridge, as another thick drop worked free and fell. Drip. The nearest fire extinguisher was in the little recessed box halfway down the hallway toward Chapel A. I popped the thin glass cover with a flat smack of my palm and yanked the red canister free from the brackets. It was heavier than it looked, hose-dangling pin still in place. On the wall next to the extinguisher, housing a smaller metal box, held a can of aerosol disinfectant for guest area cleaning. I snagged that too, fingers closing around the chilled aluminum like it had been sitting under an AC vent. And on the prep room shelf earlier, I'd seen one of those long-necked lighters they used for the memorial candles. I ducked into the chapel doorway, grabbed it from where it lay on the podium next to an unlit votive tray, and came back to the elevator with all three in my arms. The hall felt narrower now. The lights overhead buzzed louder, some of them flickering hard enough to make momentary strobes. I dropped the extinguisher by the wall and focused on the can and the lighter. There's a moment before you do something stupid where you can still back down. I felt it standing there with a makeshift flamethrower in my hands and stepped right past it. I flicked the lighter. The little flame at the tip of the wand mouth looked ridiculously small against the brushed metal doors. I raised the aerosol, pointed it past the gap, and braced myself. "Okay," I whispered to nobody and nothing. "You want my name? Come take it through this." I pressed down on the nozzle. The spray leapt from the can in a hard white stream. The second it hit the lighter flame, it bloomed. Fire roared out 3-4 feet into the elevator car in a sudden whoosh, a cone of bright orange and dull yellow that lit up the whole interior like a flashbulb. Heat slammed against my face and arm, a dry violence that stung my eyes and singed the hair on my knuckles. The rubber mat blackened where the flame hit. The pooling liquid sizzled and popped, flaring darker for a breath, and then smearing as it burned. The smell of hot metal and that thin ozone edge transformed into outright plastic fire-molten wiring, overheated insulation, whatever the cartridge casing was made of, going soft and ugly under the blast. Somewhere deeper in the car, something pinged metal, expanding, snapping against bolts. I let off the spray before I lost my nerve and stepped back, coughing, eyes watering. The can hissed in my hand, still under pressure. Inside the elevator, the floor smoked a low, greasy tendril, curling up and licking the textured ceiling before flattening out under it. The cartridge itself sat in a puddle of its own melted casing, still leaking edges, blistered and warped. Good, I thought. Break the machine. Break the process. If the building wanted a system for feeding names into itself, I wanted that system broken in a way it would have to explain to someone with a badge and a fire code. The alarm pull station was next to Chapel A's archway. Red box, white handle, clear plastic cover that warned about fines for false alarms in tiny letters that felt very far away from anything I was dealing with. I dropped the empty can, grabbed the extinguisher handle with one hand, and slapped the cover up with the other. My fingers closed around the alarm handle and pulled down. The building screamed. The fire bell shrieked into life with an ear-splitting, high-pitched wail that ricocheted off every flat surface in the hallway and dug straight into my skull. It wasn't like the subtle ding of the elevator or the soft tick of the hall clocks. It was aggressive, punishing the sound of a system that had been quiet too long, finally getting to do what it was built for. A heartbeat later, the sprinkler heads in the lobby and hallway coughed and exploded into white noise. Metallic rain hammered the tile, pounded on the wooden pews in Chapel A, drummed against the framed river scenes. Water came down in sheets, cold enough to shock the air, turning the yellow lobby light into a curtain of silver threads. Droplets hit the chandelier with bright, ringing pings, bounced off the runner rug in heavy thuds, and flooded into the elevator threshold, where they met the smoking plastic with a furious steam billowed out of the elevator, carrying the smell of scorched rubber, burning dust. And something else, something older and iron-heavy that the water couldn't quite drown. I hauled the extinguisher toward the elevator and kicked the folding table from the arrangement office into motion with my free foot. It scraped along the tile legs, squealing until I could shove it up against the elevator doors, a crude wedge to keep them from gaping open again. Water pooled around my boots, soaking my jeans, chilling the heat off my skin. The rubber soles squeaked with every shift of weight. For the first time since I'd started working there, the building wasn't quiet at all. It was chaos, bells, water, metal, stress, the muffled roar of the fire somewhere inside the elevator shaft. And through all of it, threaded like a memory you don't want but can't block out, I heard him. Not over the bell. Inside it, my father's voice rode in on the shriek of the alarm hidden in the pitch, like someone had folded it into the frequency. "You always overreact," he said. I did not hear it with my ears. It bloomed in the center of my head in that same calm, exhausted tone he'd used when I quit my first steady job at 22, because the boss was an asshole and the pay sucked, and I thought I could do better without a plan. Back then, he'd stood in the doorway of my childhood kitchen, arms crossed, TV on mute behind him, and shaken his head while I ranted about being done. "You always overreact. Now you can't go back." The words were identical. Standing in a flooded funeral home hallway, with an elevator smoldering behind a barricade and sprinklers raining down, I understood them differently. If I got out of this North Riverside was over. Whatever weird equilibrium I'd had with the house, the delicate agreement between its rules and my desperation, was gone. There was no going back. The bell screamed on. The sprinklers kept hosing down the lobby. Somewhere in the distance under it all, I thought I could hear sirens gearing up the city, finally being alerted that something was wrong at the edge of West River Parkway. I stood in the middle of the artificial storm I'd made, drenched and shaking, and realized the house might not be the only thing I'd just forced into a decision. 7.2. Questions, warnings, and a number without an area code. The sirens got there before I really believed I had actually pulled the alarm. From outside through the glass doors, the first hints were just colors, red and white strobes catching on the wet asphalt, bouncing up the brick facade of North Riverside, like somebody was dragging neon across a gravestone. The bells were still screaming overhead, sprinklers hammering the lobby when the first engine swung into the lot. I watched them through the rain of water. Headlights flared, then cut. Tires squealed just a little on the slick pavement as the truck braked hard near the side door. The diesel engine grumbled, then settled into a lower idle that vibrated through the floor under my soaked boots. The front doors burst open a second later. Cold outside air shouldered the wet chemical heat aside. 3 firefighters in turnout gear pushed in quick helmets, low visors up. One of them carried an axe. The others had hoses and packs, and that look people get when they have trained for one specific kind of nightmare and think they are walking into it. Fire department. One of them yelled unnecessarily loud over the alarm. "Anyone inside? I'm here," I shouted back, voice cracking. I lifted an arm, Water ran off my sleeve in a stream. Just me. They took me in, at a glance soaked hoodie, no visible burns, no obvious limp, and one of them cut toward me while the other two veered down the hallway toward the elevator, already tracing the smell the same way I had. The one approaching me was older lines around his eyes, deep even under the brim of his helmet. His coat had a name strip over the chest, Mendes in block letters. He stopped a few feet away, boots splashing in the shallow water spreading across the lobby tiles. "You pull the alarm?" he asked. His voice was calm, clipped like this was a questionnaire he'd run 100 times. "Yeah," I said. The word came out on a breath of smoke and adrenaline. Elevator, it started smoking. I smelled. I gestured vaguely down the hall where the other firefighters were already disappearing into the wet haze. He nodded once, like that matched something he'd already decided. "Anyone else in the building staff mourners maintenance? No. Just me on overnights. Mrs. Keene, my boss, she went home hours ago." He studied my face for a second, checking for the kind of lie that gets people killed. When he seemed satisfied, he jerked his chin toward the doors. "Step outside, catch your breath," he said. "We'll take a look and ask you a few more after." I wanted to tell him everything right then. That the elevator was printing me. That the basement cooler was keeping a ledger with my name in it, and the word "signed" bleeding next to it. That the dragging under the floors had a schedule. Instead, I nodded like a good employee and stumbled toward the side exit by the staff hallway. The moment I cleared the threshold, the alarm felt muffled, like the building had closed its mouth a little with the door. The lot was slick under the parking lot lights, water streaming toward the drains. My Ford sat under one of the lamps, like nothing had happened, as ordinary and depressing as ever. I leaned against the cold metal of the awning support and coughed until my throat stopped tasting like melted plastic. More vehicles arrived, a second truck, a smaller utility unit, a police cruiser that parked farther back. Radios crackled. Someone shouted for a line to be pulled. The alarm inside kept howling its pitch, riding over everything else. Time did that thing it does in emergencies, where it both dragged and vanished. I remember the image of one of the firefighters, shorter guy, stocky, Bill Barry, on his coat, coming back out the side door, water pouring off his gear. He shouted something to Mendes about the elevator being contained, words like electrical and shaft cutting through. At some point, the fire bell went dead. The silence that followed was almost worse. The sprinklers shut off in segment zones, going from downpour to drip to stillness. Without the alarm, I could hear the smaller sounds again: radios, boots on wet tile, the hiss of hoses as they were reeled back in. And under all of that, somewhere inside the building, a softer bell kept ringing. Ding, pause, ding. Not the elevator chime. Close, but shifted somehow. A half step off, like someone had recorded the elevator ding and played it back on a slightly broken speaker. It rang slow, patient, with the stubbornness of something that did not care who heard. I forced my shoulders away from my ears and dug my nails into my palms until I could focus on the cold night air instead of the phantom bell. Headlights swept across the lot again. A dark blue sedan pulled in, more cautious than the trucks. It stopped near the main entrance, then backed into a different space, realigning until it was neat between the lines. The engine cut. A familiar figure got out. Even from across the lot, I recognized the blazer before I saw her face. Keene stepped into the wash of the truck lights, short gray hair, pulled back blazer half soaked in the front, where the sprinklers must have already gotten her. She did not run. She did not rush. She walked with the same measured pace she used in the hallway's heels, clicking on the wet pavement. She took in the trucks, the hoses snaking across the concrete, the open side door, the faint steam still drifting from the corner where the elevator was, and then she saw me. Her eyes narrowed just a fraction. not surprise. Assessment. Mendez intercepted her at the threshold. "Ma'am, you the owner?" he asked. "Manager," she corrected automatically. "Andrea Keene, North Riverside." Her voice had its usual even tone, like this was a meeting she had been told about in advance. He introduced himself Lieutenant something from Minneapolis Fire. The rest of his name blurred for me. They spoke in that flat procedural language people use when they've filled out too many incident reports. "Fire's out," he said. "Looks like it started in the service elevator. Electrical panel in the shaft, maybe. We'll need to inspect everything behind those doors before you use it again. That area's closed for the foreseeable future," she said without missing a beat. "We can route funerals through the front. The families will understand." Mendez nodded, then turned his attention back to me. "Need to ask your employee a few more things," he said, "just to get everything straight for the report." Keene looked at me, then at him. "Go ahead." He stepped closer, flipping his clipboard to a fresh page. The pen in his gloved hand squeaked on the paper, even over the distant murmur of the other firefighters. "You said you saw smoke, right?" he prompted. "Walk me through it." I swallowed and tried to compress what had actually happened into something that would sound normal on a form. "I was mopping the hallway," I said, "near Chapel A. I smelled something burning plastic maybe, so I checked the service elevator. The doors were a little open and there was smoke coming from the floor. I didn't see flames at first, but it looked wrong. I hit the alarm and tried to get some water on it before you got here." "Did you touch the electrical panel at any point?" he asked. "Anything in the utility closet, breaker boxes, anything like that?" "No," I said quickly. "I don't have keys for that. I just saw the smoke and pulled the alarm." "You smell anything before that ozone burning dust? Anything like that earlier in the night?" Maybe I said because lying outright felt like more attention than I wanted. "It's an old building. You get weird smells sometimes." His pen scratched across the clipboard, translating my half-truths into something that would become official later. "Electrical fault. Prompt alarm pull. No injuries. Single occupant evacuated." "You see anyone else in the building at any point?" he asked. "Janitor, electrician, anyone who could have been working near that elevator." The memory of the suit shape trying to drag itself through the gap pressed hard against my skull. "No," I said. "Just me." He looked at me for a beat, like he could feel that I was holding something back, but couldn't categorize it in any way that mattered for his job. Then he nodded again, professional, distant. "We'll send the report to your office," he told Keene. "Elevator's offline until inspection. Honestly, with the age on that unit, you might be looking at a full replacement." "Understood," she said. He hesitated, a small frown creasing between his brows. "Funny thing though," he added, more conversational now. "Panel in that shaft. Manufacture date says the car's older than this building. Way older. We'll double check. Just thought it was strange." He said it like he was commenting on a weird paint choice, something mildly interesting. Keene didn't even blink. "We kept it from the old site," she said. "Some things move with you." He accepted that with a shrug he probably shouldn't have, then walked back toward his team, already raising the radio to his mouth. The moment he was out of earshot, Keene turned to me fully. "You can't come back after tonight," she said. No preamble, no false sympathy. Just that statement, flat and heavy. I nodded. My teeth had started to chatter. I couldn't tell if it was the cold or the adrenaline finally wearing thin. I figured I managed. "I'll process your pay for the week," she went on. "It'll go to whatever address you give me. You do not talk about what you saw here, to anyone. I file this as a faulty elevator and a quick-thinking attendant. You don't end up in a different kind of paperwork." Clear, I thought of the intake log downstairs, the caretaker tag, the cartridge bleeding in the elevator, whatever other paperwork she had already let me slide into. "Clear," I said. She reached into the pocket of her blazer and pulled out a business card. The front was the same design I'd seen on the brochures in the lobby, North Riverside Chapel and Mortuary, scripted font, address, phone number with a proper area code. She flipped it over. On the back, in dark ink, 7 digits sat alone. No parentheses, no dash, no area code. Just a local number, old school, like something out of an index card file in a dusty office. The handwriting wasn't hers. Keen's writing on the rules sheet on the HR forms was neat but plain. The numbers on the back of this card slanted differently tighter, like they'd been written by someone used to filling in tiny boxes. She pressed the card into my hand. "If anything follows you," she said quietly, "you call that number. Not me. Not the chapel. Him. He deals with this kind of paperwork." Her eyes held mine for a second longer than felt comfortable. There was something like pity in them, or maybe that was just what I wanted to see. Behind her, in the half-drained hallway, the building's systems were slowly recalibrating. The fire bell was silent. The sprinklers dripped, but no longer sprayed. The emergency lights still glowed over the exits, their green tint washing everything in a sickly halo. That off-note bell sound, the one that had been ringing through the shell of the alarm, had finally gone quiet. I risked a glance down the hall toward the service elevator. From where I stood near the door, I could just see the top of the frame and a sliver of the interior beyond the overturned table. The car's light, which had been flickering crazily during the fire, was now completely dark. No glow, no movement. The cartridge was gone. No melted plastic, no puddle. Just blackened rubber water and the smell of something that had never wanted to be categorized as a mechanical failure. I closed my fingers around the business card until the edges bit into my palm. Somewhere, a name that used to belong to me was cooling on a toe tag, filed neatly alongside people who had stopped needing roofs and cots and minimum wage. Keen walked back toward her car without looking at the elevator again. I watched the trucks start to pack up hoses, rolling radios crackling with codes that meant everything to them and nothing to me. The red lights stuttered across the wet brick, then swung away as the engines pulled out one by one into the thinning night. In my pocket, I could feel the weight of the card and its 7 orphaned digits like a second pulse. "He deals with this kind of paperwork," she had said. The problem was, by then, I wasn't sure my name belonged on any of the forms I still had left. 7.3, burning my name, and the sound that never quite stops by the time I finally heard about North Riverside again. It was just a line in the local news that did not even say my name. Funeral chapel reopens after elevator fire. No injuries reported. That was a year ago. I was already in Fargo by then. Now my life looks like this day shift at a warehouse on the edge of town, the kind of place where semi-trucks line up in the mornings and leave long black skid marks on the concrete. I clock in at 7:58 a.m., scan boxes, load pallets, listen to the beeping of forklifts and the crackle of the PA announcing break schedules. My badge has my picture on it. The locker room smells like Axe spray and detergent. There is always someone else on the floor shouting over the noise. At night, I go back to a one-bedroom apartment that overlooks a parking lot with 3 light poles and a dumpster that never quite closes right. The carpet is cheap. The fridge is loud. I have a real bed with a dent where I sleep and a TV that plays whatever is on after 10 if I cannot stand my own thoughts. On clear nights, if I crack the bedroom window, I can hear freight trains miles away, horns dragging long and low through the dark as they cross empty intersections. By most measurements, I got out. I am not sleeping in my Ford anymore. There is food in the fridge that is not gas station burritos. The only cooler in my life now holds frozen pizzas and ice cream, not body bags and tags. I do sleep. I just do not sleep well. For the first few months after I left Minneapolis, I woke up at 3:03 a.m. almost every night without needing to see the clock. My body knew that minute the way you know the layout of your childhood kitchen in the dark. I would jolt up in bed with my heart hammering, convinced I had been standing in the hallway outside Chapel B again, eyes locked on the lobby doors, feeling cold breath creep up my spine. It took a few seconds every time to realize I was just in my half-furnished apartment in North Dakota, with a pile of laundry on the chair and my boots by the door. Sometimes on the nights I did manage to sleep through, the building helped me remember anyway. The elevator at the warehouse, the regular boring freight elevator we used to move pallets between floors, would ding once at 3:03 p.m. or a.m. for no reason. I checked the logs. Nobody had called it. Half the time I was the only one who even noticed. The first time it happened during a night inventory audit, I had to put the scanner down and walk outside for air while my back tried to climb off my body. Out here, away from West River Parkway, away from the old brick building and the lily smell and the glass, there are no fogged doors that write my name backwards from the outside. No chapel that speaks in my father's cadence. But even with 2 states between us, the house didn't let go of everything. I know that because of what I kept in my glove box. When I left North Riverside, I didn't just take my last paycheck and the business card with the 7-digit number. Somewhere in the chaos of that final night before the trucks came, before Keen told me I was done, I slid a single sheet of paper out from under the intake log stack in the basement and folded it into my jacket. Just one page. The page. The one with my name in the attendant column and the little word next to it, signed. For months it lived in the glove compartment of my Ford Focus, alongside expired insurance cards, a cracked pair of sunglasses, and a sticky pen that only worked if you scribbled enough first. Every time I opened the compartment to grab registration or stuff in another fast food napkin, I saw the edge of that paper. More than once, I took it out, unfolded it on my lap, and stared at the row. Date, blank name, cause. And there in my handwriting, Ethan Morris. Next to it in the house's hand, that small, neat word, signed. Every single time, my first impulse was to tear it up, to rip the line through my name and half crumple it, throw it in the nearest trash can, and pretend the ledger downstairs was just a dream. Every single time I folded it back along the same crease and slid it into the compartment again. I told myself I was keeping proof, evidence. Something I could show if the number on the back of Keen's business card ever connected me to a voice that asked questions in a calm tone. The truth is, I think I was scared that if I let the paper go, the only copy of my name on that line would live in the house. No backup, no control. Winter in North Dakota doesn't really arrive. It takes over. By December, the parking lot outside my building was a frozen sheet, the piles from the plows stacked higher than the hoods of some of the cars. The air hurt in a way Minnesota had only hinted at. The Ford's heater took 10 full minutes to push anything even pretending to be warm through the vents. One night, coming back from a late run to drop off returns at the main warehouse, I pulled into a rest area off I-94 just to stretch my legs and wake up a little. It was nearly empty, one semi idling at the far edge, a sedan I never saw the driver of, and the sodium lights buzzing overhead. The flag out front snapped in the wind, the halyard rope clacking against the pole with that hollow clink, clink in the gusts. The vending machines hummed and rattled behind fogged plexiglass. Inside the restroom, a single flickering neon tube made the tile look sickly. I sat in the driver's seat with the engine off, watching my breath cloud the windshield, and realized I had been carrying that page around for almost a year. My hands moved before I could talk myself out of it. I popped the glove box, pulled the folded sheet out, and opened it over the steering wheel. The paper had softened around the crease edges, starting to round. The ink still looked too fresh. There it was. My name the way I write it on forms and checks. The word signed tucked up against it like a satisfied note. In the passenger seat, next to an empty fast food bag, lay a disposable lighter. The same cheap kind I used for candles, and sometimes worse memories. I rolled the window down an inch. The cold that slid in made my fingers ache immediately, but I held the paper up anyway. For a second, I hesitated. Part of me still wondered if burning it would make some invisible connection snap or tighten. Then I flicked the wheel. The lighter flame was small and angry blue at the base. I touched it to the bottom corner of the page, right under the line with my name. The paper darkened, then caught with a soft fsh. Orange crawled up the fibers fast, turning the words into silhouettes, then skeletons, then nothing. The heat licked my knuckles. I held it as long as I could, then let go, and watched the burning sheet tumble into the shallow drift piled against the curb outside my door. It landed face down, curling in on itself, glowing at the edges. The snow around it hissed and sank the dirty ice, taking in the ash as it lifted. The smell of burning paper, dry, bitter, cut through the diesel from the semi and the chemical scent of the restroom block. When the last piece went black and flaked apart in the wind, I rolled the window back up. The car felt smaller, lighter in that way things do right after you finally throw away something you've been afraid to even touch. Nothing dramatic happened. No voice shouted my name. The focus didn't stall. The lights at the rest area didn't blow out in a synchronized pop. The only sound was the flag hardware clacking the vending machines, humming my own breathing slowing down. I drove home. I would love to tell you that night fixed everything. It did not. But something did change. After that winter, nobody called me by my full name in the middle of the night anymore. No disembodied voice at the edge of sleep saying Ethan David Morris in my father's tone. No dragging under my bed matching the timing of the cooler downstairs. No security monitors at 2 a.m., randomly turning on just to show me an empty room where I knew I was standing. The dreams about the hallway got less sharp. The 3:03 wake-ups grew further apart. The warehouse elevator stopped dinging at times. It had no business making noise. Mostly. The house had taken its pound of whatever you want to call it. Attention, fear, agreement. I had burned the only copy of that agreement I had access to. What stayed with me is smaller, harder to explain. Every time I sign something now, I hear it. On move-in day, when I filled out the lease for my Fargo apartment, sitting at a folding table in the rental office with a bowl of peppermint candies, between me and the manager, I picked up the cheap ballpoint and wrote my name on the dotted line. Ethan Morris. The pen scratched on the paper. And just under the sound of it, half a beat behind, like an echo trying to catch up, I heard another pen. Same rhythm, slower by a fraction. As if someone else was tracing the same letters carefully somewhere I couldn't see. When I sign my timesheet, when I initial for a package, when I scrawl my name on the little digital slab the UPS guy holds out in the hallway, the stylus squeaking across the glass, that second phantom sound is there. A pen on paper, a nib on a ledger. Writing the same thing again. The last time it really bothered me was about a week before I opened a blank email and started typing this out to a horror channel. It was a Tuesday afternoon. Snowmelt had turned the apartment complex parking lot into a mess of gray slush and puddles with ice still floating on top. I'd just gotten home from a double shift when my phone buzzed Amazon delivery. I went out into the corridor in my socks and hoodie. The hallway was narrow walls painted a shade of off-white that always looked a little dirty even when it was clean. The overhead lights hummed. Somewhere, someone's TV leaked canned laughter through the drywall. The delivery guy was young, wearing a beanie and an Amazon jacket cardboard box tucked under one arm. He handed me the tablet and stylus without much eye contact. "Signature right there," he said. As I put the stylus to the screen, the elevator at the end of the hall dinged. Nobody was standing there. I could see the doors from where I was. The indicator flicked from nothing to 3 held, then went blank again. I wrote my name on the tablet. The plastic tip made that little zip noise on the glass. Under it, in my head, came that second, slower stroke. I handed the tablet back. Upstairs, someone shut a door. Behind the wall to my right, in the direction of the service stack that led down to the building's utility room, I heard something very soft. Not loud enough for the delivery guy to react. Just loud enough for me to recognize. Drag. Pause. Drag. I signed for a box of kitchen towels and a phone charger, while something in the dark below my feet adjusted its grip on whatever surface it had. If you are listening to this because you like scary stories that feel like they could happen to somebody, here's the only part I care if you remember. If you ever find yourself taking an overnight job because it comes with a free bed, read every piece of paper before you sign. You might be the only one in the building still breathing, but that does not mean you are the only one there who needs your name.